a copy of a QK map?
From Dwayne Morris.
Do you work for Dwayne Morris?
No, I work for the State Water Resources Control Board, as I previously said.
Can you tell me who Dwayne Morris is? Have we met him?
Objection. This is irrelevant. Mr.
It's
Hess has
relevant,
already-
Mr. Lilly.
Mr. Hess has already.
Wait, excuse me, Mr. Gonzalez, one at a time, please. Mr. Prager gets to first state his objection. Please proceed, Mr. Prager, with your objection.
Two objections. First, it's irrelevant as to whether or not Mr. Hess has met somebody named Dwayne Morris. Second objection is that Mr. Hess has already answered the compound question proposed by Mr. Gonzalves of who he works for, which is clearly the State Water Resources Control Board.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it is relevant to the credibility and general circumstances of Mr. Hess's testimony. So, Mr. Hess, you may answer the question, who is Dwayne Morris?
I don't know who the individual Dwayne Morris is, but Dwayne Morris is a law firm in San Francisco.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you may continue with your questions.
Did you travel to San Francisco to speak to anybody at that law firm?
No,
Who did you speak to at the law firm?
when? I don't know when you're referring to.
When you obtained what, in your words, a true and correct copy?
That would be from Jolianne Ainsley.
Who is Jolianne Ainsley represent?
In another case, MID among many other parties.
Oh, what other case are you referring to?
I'm not referring to any other case than the MID one.
You referred to another case. Can you clarify what you meant?
Yeah, Dwayne Morris represents a lot of people in a lot of cases. So they're not solely the counsel for MID.
So you spoke.
Mr. Gonzalez, I think we can cut through this pretty quickly. Mr. Hess, did Dwayne Morris represent Merced Irrigation District in the case of that Mr. Gonzalez brought against Merced Irrigation District? I mean, we have the settlement agreement. I don't think there's any dispute.
That's in record, yes.
All right, so I think, Mr. Gonzalez, it's clear that Dwayne Morris represented Merced Irrigation District in that case, which I think is the one Mr. Hess is referring to. So you may proceed.
Thank you. Do you have an investigative training techniques manual or a policy and procedures manual that you follow for your investigations?
As was previously answered by Mr. Coates, no.
As a member of the public, as a defendant in this case, I am a resident of California and of the United States of California. I mean, of the United States of America. During investigations, it's typically that governmental entities are supposed to remain third-party disinterested and gather information. How do you gather your information when you go into an investigation?
I don't understand the question.
Were you third-party disinterested when you started this investigation?
I still am.
Have you given Mr. Gonzalves, me, fair treatment in investigating this case?
Yes.
Did you go into this case thinking I was guilty?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to object. This is one, irrelevant, and two, way outside the scope of what Mr. Hess just testified to. Mr. Gonzalves should not be allowed to ask open-ended questions that he failed to ask after Mr. Hess presented his case in chief testimony.
The objection is overruled. I think it is relevant to the opinions and conclusions that Mr. Hess is testifying to today. So Mr. Hess, you may answer the question. Did you give fair treatment to Mr. Gonzalves during your investigation?
Yes.
Do you assume that a defendant in this case, or a alleged respondent, is innocent when you obtain information?
I obtain the information objectively and then make a determination after that.
Do you feel like you've been objective in this investigation?
Absolutely.
In your exhibit 70, page 3, line 2.
And just let's pause just for a minute and we'll get that up on the screen. So
Thank you.
Nicole, please put up PT 70, page 3 on the screen. It's just easier for all of us if we have it up on the screen when you ask questions about it. And then you can tell us what paragraph you want to ask a question about. Okay.
Thank you.
We now have PT 70, page 3 on the screen. And just tell us what paragraph you want and we'll expand on it so we can read it a little easier.
In the first paragraph, I believe it's line 2.
Okay.
For a complete sentence, it would be fine if you started at the end of line 1 and read line 2 to 3, if you could for me, Mr. Hess.
Yet close inspection reveals that the two surveys conflict along almost the entirety of the property border next to Canal Creek, both in bearing and distance.
Okay. So you've testified to me that you didn't have an investigative training techniques manual, nor a policies and procedures manual. Yet you said two surveys conflict. Which survey are you leaning mostly on in your evaluation here?
What do you mean survey am I leaning on?
Well, you say that there's two surveys.
Correct.
Which one do you think is, in your terms, true and accurate?
It's not up to me to decide what's true and accurate.
You use those words, true and accurate.
Where do I use those words at?
Okay, the next sentence says along almost. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does almost mean?
I'd have to get a dictionary to give you an exact definition of that word. It seems like it kind of speaks for itself almost.
It does speak for itself. Now, would you say all points are within the canal, or any points, or mostly, or almost some? What's your definition of one or more points being in the creek?
I don't think I said one.
I'm going to object to that. That was a rather. Let me rephrase this. I'm following Mr. Gonzalves' questions fairly closely, and I don't understand what he just asked.
Mr. Gonzalves, I think it would help if you ask him which survey you're referring to, because there are two different surveys being discussed here. So why don't you ask him first about, does one survey have one or more points in the creek, and then ask him if the other survey does. I think that may help clear up the concern about the ambiguity. So the objection is sustained, and I ask you to restate the question in that manner.
Thank you very much. So can we start with, yes, there is two different surveys, correct?
That's a question for me?
Go ahead, Mr. Hess.
That was a question for me, yes.
Mr. Hess, do you agree with the QK survey?
It's not up to me to agree with the surveys. These are conflicting surveys that, you know, it's not up to me to decide which one's correct.
Did you meet with QK to obtain a true and accurate, in your words, survey?
No.
On that same page, paragraph, well, it's depicted as number 7. I believe it's the third paragraph. Line
Okay,
15.
we'll scroll down here to paragraph 7. There we go.
Can you read me the first sentence on the QK survey shows?
The QK survey shows the boundary of Gonzalves property clearly set back from Canal Creek, whereas the Lowry survey only identifies a single point that lands in the water on the property described as parcel 1 on the parcel map.
Thank you. How does the QK survey show boundaries?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you wrote it. You wrote the sentence, and you're saying the QK survey shows. How do you know? How do you prove to us and the hearing officer what you wrote is accurate?
And Mr. Gonzalves, I think there's a confusion. You use the word boundaries where this sentence uses the word point. So I think it'd be good if you would restate your question in terms of points rather than boundaries. I think that may have created some confusion here.
You stated in your statement that the QK survey shows the boundary of my property. Is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know for fact that the boundaries are clearly set back from Canal Creek, which are your writings?
It shows it on the, if you look at the survey, you can see it on the map that it's set back. And that's also consistent with the parcel map. And those surveys are consistent with the survey in the exhibit that you submitted as Gonzalves 10.
Is the QK survey that you're referring to as PT Exhibit 7-2? I don't know, Mr. Lilly, should we go to that exhibit?
If you want to ask him a question about PT 72, we should put it up on the screen. So do you want to ask him a question about that exhibit?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the survey he's showing that he's discussing. And you can ask I guess we'll ask Mr. Hess, is that the survey you're referring to?
Okay, so let's just have exhibit control here for a second. Before we just moved on. Cole, please go back to paragraph 7. Excuse me. You're
Yes.
a little too fast for me.
Okay. I've had too much caffeine this morning.
No, not you. Nicole is very efficient. So just Mr. Hess, the paragraph 7 starts out the QK survey.
Mm-hmm.
And before we move on, is that in fact the survey that's shown in exhibit PT 72?
Yes, Mr. Lilly.
All right, so now, Nicole, please put up exhibit PT 72, and then Mr. Gonzalves, you may ask Mr. Hess questions about PT 72. Okay, we now have exhibit PT 72 on screen. Please proceed, Mr. Gonzalez, with your question.
Mr. Hess, have you seen this map?
Yeah, that's exhibit PT 72.
Could you read me the top line of the map?
And if you need to, we can expand. I don't know if you have a copy, Mr. Hess. I assume, Mr. Gonzalez, you're referring to where it says surveyor's statement.
Outside of the line on the very top, maybe towards the leading edge of the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can
Okay.
magnify that. So the upper left corner, Nicole, please magnify that a little bit. So there we go, and scroll down just a little. There we go. Can you read that now, Mr. Hess?
Mm-hmm. It says not admissible for any purpose, settlement purposes only, do not disclose, do not circulate.
Okay.
Do you think this map is accurate?
You've asked me that question before, and it's not up to me to decide accuracy.
Mr. Lilly, could you slide the map to the right so that we can read the surveyor's statement?
Yes, Nicole will do that. There we go.
A little bit further.
Okay, you want to just make it a little bigger, or?
Well, I see my screens are covering the surveyor's statement still.
Okay, Nicole, why don't you just move it over a little to the left and down. Can you read it now?
Yeah, well, can Mr. Hess read it?
I can read.
Okay.
Says this map correctly represents a survey made by me or under my direction in conformance with the requirements of the Land Surveyors Act at the request of Merced Irrigation District in April 2019.
Now, we might have to do a little math, but April 2019, can you take a moment to tell me how many months that was since today of September 2020?
Probably about 17 months.
17 months. Are you aware how many days a licensed contract or a licensed surveyor has to file a county surveyor statement?
No.
Below the surveyor statement, is there a name of the licensed surveyor on this map?
Yes.
Could you read that map for the record, or that name for the record?
Garth Piccinino.
It's Piccinino. Okay,
Okay.
that's close enough. Does he have a licensed surveyor number?
Yes.
Could you read that number for the record?
7825.
Is there any signature above that line or a date of signature?
No.
Why would this signature line be blank?
Because it's a draft and you're not supposed to sign drafts.
Very well, thank you. Can I ask for a second? I need to compose my next statement.
Sure.
Mr. Leader.
And let us know if you want us to put up any other exhibits on the screen.
Mr. Lilly, there's multiple maps. We have one in Exhibit 10 of our exhibits, and Mr. Hess also used our same map. So I'm trying to find, I would like to, where I'm going with this, just so you know, is compare this unrecorded map with the slideshow one that's also unrecorded, and it looks like a similar map. It has the parcel 1 and 2 on it, I believe, and it's a black and white also.
Okay, if you want, we can put up the other, if there's another map, we can put that up. Was that your exhibit that was basically the same map?
Put up his slideshow real quick.
Can we go back to Mr. Hess's slideshow real quick and look at his maps?
Sure, let's put up PT 79 and maybe that'll help us.
I apologize, I did not open PT 79 yet. This is the first I've seen of it, sorry.
Okay, it has been posted since last Friday on the FTP
Okay.
site.
Thanks, Bud.
Can you go through each slide to where we see maps?
Okay, there's
No.
slide 2 is the first map. Is that the one you
Next.
want to ask about?
Well, we will come back to that, but could we go to, keep continuing on?
Okay,
No, next,
No,
next,
no.
next. This one.
I think that.
okay, we have slide 6 on the screen now.
That one's recorded. Well, that one has a stamp. Is that one? That's on your certificate of compliance. So that's not.
Okay, so this one is the certificate of compliance that's recorded. It's similar to this one.
I think that's it, though, but it's not a recorded survey. Because I think that
The one I want to refer to is not recorded yet. Can we look at the one that looks like this one, the left one? Is there another one?
I will see if I can find that in Mr. Hess's exhibit. We are, at this point, unless there's some very strong reason to the contrary, we are limited to
Okay,
what he
We
said.
can use
I
this
think you're
one.
looking at PT 7.8. Is that the one you want to bring up?
well, we can use this one if we can zoom in on the left side.
Okay, either that or we can put up the last page of PT 7.8. It's the same thing.
Okay,
So this is not a recorded survey.
can we
It's-
look at the next one you're talking about? 78, you said?
Okay, Nicole, please put up exhibit PT 7.8. It's a little bigger version of the same thing. It might be a little easier to read. Okay, we have PT 7.8. If you want to go to the map is page 4 of this exhibit.
Yes, please.
So Nicole, please move to page 4. Okay, I think that's the same map. It's just a little bigger. So, and if you want, we can zoom in on parts of this.
Yes, please.
This isn't a recorded map. So what I'm trying, are you muted?
And just for the record, this PT 7.8 the first page does have information from the county recorder. It appears it was recorded in 2007.
So
Correct. Mr. Hess, I have a question. When a survey is conducted, is it immediately recorded? Oh, he's on mute.
Yeah, I don't, that's not my testimony anywhere, but
Well, it's important,
I'm not a land
Mr.
surveyor.
Lilly.
Well, Mr. Hess, you have testified about these surveys. So if you know the answer to the question, please proceed. And if you don't know, say you don't know.
No, I don't know. That question was asked earlier today. I still don't know.
Mr. Lilly, can you zoom in on the licensed surveyor stamp that's on this map?
Yes, we will do that.
Okay, that's good. Mr. Hess, can you read who the licensed surveyor is and the date of this stamp?
It's Paul Gregory. I don't know. I don't see the date of the stamp.
Well, it has an
Mr.
expiration date. Is that what you're asking about, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, the expiration date.
It looks like it says June 30th, 2008. I think that's an 8. Could be a 6, but I think it's an 8.
Okay, so now I'd like to refer to this map also, Mr. Hess.
Mhm.
Can you look immediately to the left of that stamp, and do you see any writings that mention Canal Creek?
Yeah.
To the left of the word canal, can you tell us what those numbers are?
You mean the bearing and distance?
Yes, do you see the numbers 138.74?
Okay, I see where, I think where you're referring to, Mr. Gonzalez, it's sort of at the top, or it's right at the narrow part of the parcels there. There's a 138.74. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Hess, on the day that you came out to our property, most recently with Mr. Lilly present,
Mhm.
did you walk down to a point that I'm referring to as 138.74?
You took us down the bank and showed us a point, but I don't know that that was 138.74 feet from the corner of that property. I'm not a land surveyor.
Did you see the 2 points that I'm referring to? Did you walk up to the points down by the water?
We walked down the bank and you did point to some point.
What did I point to?
Some thing that was set by somebody. I didn't go and look at it.
Was it in the water?
I believe you said it was, but I didn't go and look at it. I don't know what it was.
Okay, you're being a little difficult, but what I'm trying to get at is you said something that was set. What would that be? Something that was set.
You said that it was a point that a surveyor set that had tags, but I didn't see them.
When you refer to a tag, what do you mean about a tag? Have you seen tags?
They have the surveyor's license number on them.
Would they be on a round metal post or a stake?
Sure, I suppose. I'm not a land surveyor.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Your testimony is about land surveying. Did you verify any of these points that we're referring to about surveys?
No,
You did not verify any of these points.
no.
Can we go back to your testimony, Mr. Lilly?
Okay, that's PT 70 you'd like to go back to?
Yes, sir. Page 3 again.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll flip back, Nicole, we'll get that. Okay, we have PT 70, page 3 on the screen. Would you like us to zoom in on a particular paragraph?
Yes, I want to go back to paragraph 1, line 2.
Okay, just to clarify, it's a carryover text from the previous page. It actually doesn't have a paragraph number, but we have the top of this page 3 on the screen now.
For the record, Mr. Lilly, do we need to read that sentence over again? Would it be appropriate for Mr. Hess to read from yet close?
You might as well. It'll probably establish a foundation for your questions. Mr. Hess, just read the yet close sentence from your testimony and we'll go on.
Yeah, close inspection reveals that the two surveys conflict along almost the entirety of the property border next to Canal Creek, both in bearing and distance.
Mr. Hess, did you just testify that you did not check any of the bearings and boundaries stakes?
I said that I didn't verify any points on the ground. That's up to a land surveyor to do. That would be the practice of land survey.
Well, you mentioned something good there, points on the ground. What does that mean?
I don't understand really the question. It seems so basic. I don't understand what you're asking.
You just said points on the ground.
Yes.
Can we rewind what he just said, Mr. Lilly, if he's going to be that way and not say, I don't want to.
Excuse me, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Hess is trying. I'm sorry, I disagree with your characterization. He's trying very hard to answer your questions. We don't have any way to redo the recording while we're still making the recording. He said he did not verify points on the ground. My understanding of points on the ground was he meant the places where the surveyor had put the metal pipes into the ground. Is that what you meant, Mr. Hess, by points on the ground?
Yes, I didn't go and establish that. That would be land surveying.
Okay, so Mr. Gonzalez, I think he has tried to answer your question. So you may proceed now if you have another question.
I do, Mr. Lilly. What I'm trying to get at is his words in his testimony say, yet close inspection reveals something, that the two surveys conflict. How did he verify that they conflicted?
All right, that's a fair question. So Mr. Hess, please just explain to us when you say that the surveys conflict, what do you mean by that, the two surveys conflict?
The bearings and the distances on the two surveys are not the same.
That's fair. Now, Mr. Hess, were you with Mr. Piccanino of QK when he did his survey?
No,
Were you with Mr. Lowry when he did his survey?
no,
Do you have to be with Mr. Lowry when he conducts surveys?
me?
Yes,
No,
thank you. Is Mr. Piccanino and Mr. Lowry, are they both licensed surveyor in the state of California?
correct.
In your policies and procedures, what gives you the authority to question a licensed surveyor?
Objection, Mr. Hess, that misstates Mr. Hess's testimony. He's previously
So,
testified.
so, yes, Mr. Gonzalves, I think this is all really pretty clear. And let's just put up exhibit PT 73. Nicole, please put up PT 73 for just a minute. And I think we can cut through this pretty quickly. And if you can just make it a little bigger, just kind of zoom in on the kind of the lower right part where the red boxes are. A little more zoom. Okay, so Mr. Hess, I understand that these red boxes show where the Lowry survey and the QK survey have different bearings or different bearings and different distances. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Lilly.
So when you say the surveys conflict, is this what you mean by the conflict? Is that where there are different bearings or different bearings and distances?
Yes, as outlined in my testimony, there's differences in the bearings, the distances, and the distance in the bearings varies throughout the traverse, which means the angles are not the same.
All right, so Mr. Gonzalves, I mean, this is my understanding of what Mr. Hess means when he says the surveys conflict. He just looked at the numbers, the bearings and the distances in both surveys, and they were different. And he has shown here where there are differences. And that's, so Mr. Hess, is that pretty much, is that it when you mean they conflict, is that there are different bearings and in some cases different distances as well?
Yes, and also the difference, the variance in the bearings changes as well.
Okay, and you have testified to that. So, Mr. Gonzalves, I think that's what he means by conflict. I think that's pretty much it. So I'm not sure there's much more to point out here. He basically just looked at the numbers from two surveys and pointed out where there were differences. So,
Yeah,
excuse me, let me finish.
okay.
So you may ask him any more questions about this if you think there's anything else to ask, but I think it's all pretty darn clear where there are conflicts and what the conflicts are.
Very well, Mr. Lilly. There's more to this. Where I was trying to get at is there's more points above the red boxes on my property that say lands and water, lands and water. And Mr. Hess did not compare the measurements from QK in those sections. And
Okay, that's a fair line of question. So ask him questions about those points. And Nicole, if you can sort of just scroll down a little bit, I do see some places where it says lands in water. So if you have specific questions for Mr. Hess about those points and the two surveys, go ahead and ask him those.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion. I apologize.
No, it's not a problem. Just please proceed.
I'm trying to be methodical and I'm not an attorney, so forgive me. Mr.
No, you're
Hess,
doing very well. I just want to try to focus on where we have questions here, and I think we now are focused. So please go ahead.
Mr. Hess, my question to you is that are there 3 white dots on the edge or in the water of Canal Creek that say lands in water?
Yes.
Can you see them?
Yes.
Can you? Okay. Is there any red boxes on them?
No.
Did you compare the entirety of the surveys between QK and Mr. Lowry's?
No,
Why did you not compare those 3 dots?
because they're not relevant.
Why are they not relevant?
Because that area was added by lot line adjustment, so it wouldn't matter where those points were. It would fail the source of title rule, and it would not convey riparian rights onto the orchard, which is where you use the water. So
I disagree in your opinion,
How about the?
but my
Objection,
question
Mr.
is,
Gonzalves is testifying. We should limit Mr. Gonzalves to only asking questions of Mr. Hess.
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalves, your disagreement on the legal conclusion certainly is something you can put in your, raise in your closing brief and should. But just go ahead with the questions for Mr. Hess. I think he's explained why he did or did not, did what he did and did not do what he didn't do, which is all he can testify to. So with that, you may proceed.
very well, thank you. I'm trying to get to a point, an intentional point, Mr. Lilly. So I'll try to phrase this differently. Mr. Hess, those points that say lands in water, who owns that property?
well, the property to the west of that is owned by you. That's now part of parcel 1.
Would that be Mr. Gonzalves,
Correct.
for the record? If you, in your opinion, walked into this third party, unbiased, would you walk down to those points and say they are adjacent to or intersecting Canal Creek?
According to this survey, yes.
Thank you. Can we go back to, well, I'll stay on the same map. Mr. Lilly or Mr. Hess, or whoever has the control of the screen, can you scroll the screen upwards so that we can see the lower section? There you go.
Yeah, just let us, is that far enough? Or do you want us to scroll a little more?
That's fine, thank you.
And let Nicole just make it bigger by 1 notch here. Okay, and let us know. I think we can read it now. And of course, we all have copies of this exhibit. So go ahead with your questions now.
There is a dirt road referred to as Shaw Avenue. Everybody here did travel down Shaw Avenue, I believe. I'm trying to direct everybody. If I had a pointer, I would say, can we refer to, I call it the 12 acres or lot 91 is the driveway entrance to our property.
Yeah, and just for the record, and Nicole, why don't you scroll down to the lower left part of this and make it a little bigger? It does say Shaw Avenue there. And I think we all know that road that you're referring to. There we go. It's the black kind of, it's a little hard to see because it's in a shadow of a tree on the creek, but I believe it says Shaw Avenue there, just below the black dashed line. But I understand the road you're referring to is now in the lower left corner of this exhibit.
Yeah, so Mr. Lilly, as a hearing officer, and Mr. Hess, and more importantly, Mr. Hess, who I'm questioning, can you read the numbers that are on top of Canal Creek? It starts with the number 132. Can you see that point?
It looks like it says 1321.22.
Yes. Now there is a dotted line. That's an easement. And maybe I should ask you that question. In your experience, what do dotted lines typically refer to, or in your review, are you aware of what that easement is?
Are you asking, that was a 2-part question, which.
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
What that means?
I'll reprimand myself, Mr. Lilly. I'm sorry. Is there a black dotted line next to numbers 1321?
Yeah, looks like it.
What do you, in your opinion, think that black dotted line is?
From my recollection, that is a 20-foot, or was a 20-foot easement.
When you say was, what do you mean by was?
I can't be conclusive of it, but based on the 20-foot parcel number 4 up on the top of parcel 1 and the 20-foot easement that goes around the bottom of lot 91, which is a relocation of the road that was originally going to go on the south side of the property across the stream. It would appear that those easements were provided for ingress and egress based on like an easement by necessity or just for access. However, if that is the case, then that easement would be extinguished through the doctrine of merger when you purchase the property.
Very well, thank you. Easements, do they take a person's property?
An easement is a property right.
Who owns the property underneath the easement?
I'm just going to have to object to this line of questioning. This is far outside Mr. Hess's rebuttal testimony. I don't recall him testifying regarding an easement on lot 91.
And the objection is overruled because this is a question about exhibit PT73, which is one of Mr. Hess's exhibits. So you may answer the question to the extent of your knowledge, Mr. Hess. I understand you're not an attorney, but obviously you have demonstrated you have some knowledge of the law of easement. So to the extent you know, you may go ahead and answer. And if you don't, you can say you don't know. And Mr. Gonzalves, it probably would be good if you would just restate that question.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Lilly. I have a point I'm trying to get at slowly.
Well, just ask a question.
Okay. Who owns the property underneath an easement?
This easement or an easement?
Any easement.
I don't know how to answer that question. It's the property owner.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. Would that be Mr. Gonzalves owns that property?
Yes.
Thank you. That same point that we were referring to at the roadway labeled on this map as 1321.22 feet. Can you see that point at the intersection of Canal Creek and my property?
I don't see a point there. I just see where 2 lines intersect, but there's no point like there is for the survey.
Okay, so the 2 lines intersect is where I'm getting at, Mr. Lilly. Can you zoom in on that, Mr. Lilly? Can you direct your staff? This is difficult because we're not together.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read. Let's make that bigger. So it's the lower left part of this exhibit. We'll zoom up a couple more notches, maybe one more. Okay, it's very good. Thank you very much, Nicole. That's a lot easier to read, at least for me, probably for everyone. So go ahead now, and it's a little easier to see. Why don't you ask your question?
Thank you for that. This is difficult because I don't have a pointer, and what I'd like to refer to is the black dotted line that everybody can see. Maybe with the pointer that's on the screen, can you point to the gap between that looks almost like an L line? Go to the right with the pointer. A little further, a little further, a little more, right there. Oh, you passed it. Can you go? Yes. Okay, so that we're on the creek, right? Would Mr. Hess, would you say that the hand on the screen that was there, it disappeared? Yes, thank you. Can you see the pointer on this screen?
Yes.
Where the thumb is of the pointer, do you see a dotted line and water?
Yes.
Would you say that that dotted line traverses the water?
That dotted line doesn't appear to be part of the survey.
That's not my question.
I think, just so we're clear, Mr. Gonzalves, are you referring to, there are 2 dashed lines which seem to show the 20-foot road easement we've been talking about. And is your question whether the right of those 2 dashed lines that depict the road easement intersects with the water?
Yes, that would be
okay. And just so we're clear, it's the dashed line just above the 132.1 number there. So the question is, does that line intersect the water, Mr. Hess?
In this picture, that the outside one, the easternmost one, appears to intersect the edge of the water.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, could we refer back to PT 72, the QK map, and go back to that same area?
Okay, so we'll put up exhibit PT72.
Can we zoom in on the lower section below the D where Shaw Avenue intersects with Canal Creek?
Okay, so that'd be the lower right part of this.
Lower left.
Oh, excuse me, lower left. Yeah, let's, Nicole, just move over and make it a couple of notches bigger here. So just the way you did before. A couple more, one more. Okay, and then scroll up just a little bit, if it'll let you. Okay, so is that where you want to ask about now?
Yes,
Gonzalves?
Mr. Lilly, I would like to ask Mr. Hess, is this exhibit PT 72?
Yeah, this is exhibit PT 72. I will say that. We put it up on the screen. So you may ask him a question about it.
Okay, so now I'm trying to get a reference to the same black line that we were talking to. There are some reference points there. And I would like Mr. Hess to describe the black line that is next to the letters S1206. Can we all see that point? I'm trying to get everybody focused in the same area.
Yeah, we see that black line, so you can ask him a question about that if you want to.
Mr. Hess, that black line that everybody's looking at, does it appear to be in the water?
I think that's a hard decision. That's even if you zoom in on one side there's water, on the other side there's land. I'm not really sure on that.
Very well, that's fair. Would you say that you prefer the QK survey over Mr. Lowry's survey?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I think that's a different question. The objection's overruled. I'm not sure what prefer means, but if Mr. Hess can answer, fine. And if you can't, just say you can't.
Yeah, I can't answer. That was actually, I don't know what prefer means.
Do we need, okay, so you said that two surveys are conflicting. In this, you just witnessed Mr. Lowry's survey and you're looking at QK's survey. Do they look different at this intersection?
Perhaps a little bit. This was not a portion that was surveyed on the Lowry survey, so I don't know why I would compare a surveyed area with an area that hasn't been surveyed. I don't know if they're the same or not.
Is this copy, in your words, a true and correct copy?
Yes.
Does this clearly show distances and bearings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lilly and Mr. Hess and whoever's controlling the screen, could we travel back to Exhibit 70, page 2, second paragraph depicted as number 3 in Mr. Hess's testimony?
Yes, we will put up page exhibit PT 70, page 2, which Nicole now has up, and she'll scroll up to numbered paragraph 3.
Correct.
I assume is that what you want, numbered paragraph 3?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at between 10 and 11. I want to refer to where it begins. The original parcel map clearly shows.
Okay, so that's on line 11. And if you may ask your question about that sentence.
Mr. Hess, can you please read to us line 11, beginning with the words "the original" and reading through line 12?
The original parcel map clearly shows the distances and bearings of the property boundaries.
Thank you. Could you read the second sentence that begins with the values of the distances and bearings?
The values of the distances and bearings applied to the Lowry survey do not appear to match the values of distances and bearings of the Fisher survey or the parcel map.
Thank you. When you conducted your investigations, how did you compare the values and bearings? Were they on the ground measurements, or were you simply looking at recorded numbers?
Objection asked and answered. We've discussed this before.
I'm going to go ahead and allow that. It is a topic we've covered before, but not about this specific sentence. He was asking about a different page in Mr. Hess's testimony. So I've overruled the objection, and you can answer the question about this sentence.
No, I'm looking at the map and the values of the distances and bearings on each.
So just so we're clear, Mr. Hess, there was a little bit of confusion there. The question is, this sentence that you said about the values of bearings and distances do not appear to match, is that based on review of the paper documents or a review that you did out in the field?
No, that's paper documents.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, I think that clarifies this sentence. You may proceed.
When you refer to the Fisher survey, which map are you referring to?
In line 5 and 6, it says that it's Gonzalves 10. I think it's in Gonzalves 10, I think on page 5 or so.
Mr. Lilly, can we look at that survey? Can we bring that one up?
We can put up Exhibit Gonzalves 10. I'm just going to get my paper copy here.
Sorry, it's page 13. My apologies.
Just a moment here. I'm going to grab mine. Sorry, it's just easier for me to look at the paper copy sometimes. Okay, while I'm doing that, Nicole, are you getting up? Oh, there we go, Exhibit 10. Okay, so which page of Exhibit 10 would you like us to refer to, Mr. Gonzalez?
I would like to ask Mr. Hess, which map is he referring to in his previous testimony?
Page 13.
Okay.
Can we travel to page 13 then?
All right, let's see if we can get page 13.
No.
Okay, is that the page we want to have up now, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Hess, this is a difficult interview, so forgive me, but previously you stated in your words that the parcel map clearly shows distances and bearings. Is this, when you referred to the Fisher survey, is this the map you were referring to for the record?
As the Fisher survey, yes.
Okay. Can we scroll over and zoom in on the right side of the map? Thank you.
Okay, want to make it maybe one bigger. Whoops. I think we went to a different page there. Nicole, I think you have to go, there we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Can we, Mr. Hess, is this a recorded survey map?
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Say yes
No.
or a no.
No, it is not.
Okay.
That's enough. Thank you. Can we go back to Exhibit 70, page 2, depicted as paragraph 3, where we were previously discussing Mr. Hess's testimony?
Okay, this will be exhibit PT 70, page 2. You may proceed.
Okay, Mr. Hess, there's a line number 14, I believe you begin with your statement, a true and correct copy. Can we go down to that line? I believe it's line 14. Can you see and read me that sentence, a true and correct copy?
True and correct copy of a color photograph of the original parcel map sheet is offered into evidence as exhibit PT 71.
Mr. Lilly, could we travel to PT 71, please?
Yes, we will put PT 71 up on the screen. Okay, do you want us to zoom in on any particular portion of this?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, please.
Which part?
I would like to refer to the area that's depicted as Canal Creek. It starts on the center of the screen on the lower right and
Okay,
travels.
let's, Nicole, just zoom in on the left part of the map a little. There we go, and scroll up a little. It's, yeah, can you, and let's move it up just a little bit if you can. So parcel 1 is more in view. Okay, maybe up to right there. Is that good?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hess, is there numbers along the dotted line of, or the not dotted line, but the black line that depicts Canal Creek?
There are lines there, but those lines are referring to the traverse.
Can you tell me what traverse lines are?
It's the dark line, the dark black line, not the thin line delineating Canal Creek.
Underneath the traverse lines, is there numbers and letters?
Yes,
What are those numbers and letters?
there's bearings and distances.
Thank you. Could we go back to exhibit number 70, page 2, line 20?
Okay, we'll put up PT 70, page 2, line 20.
Mr. Hess, could you please read me the line? It's in between 19 and 20, but it begins with the prosecution team. Could you read me that entire sentence till the end of the paragraph?
Prosecution teams acquired a higher resolution version of the QK survey for comparison with the Lowry survey. A true and correct copy of the QK survey is offered into evidence as exhibit PT 72.
Okay, so who in the prosecution team acquired a higher resolution version?
Me,
Where did you acquire the higher resolution from?
from Dwayne Morris.
Objection asked and answered. We've already discussed the provenance of the higher resolution QK survey.
He's answered the question. I'm overrule the objection. I think this is a different part of Mr. Hess's testimony, but Mr. Gonzalves, we have covered this pretty well, so I request that you move on if you have any new ground to cover regarding this issue.
Yes, I do, Mr. Lilly. Can we then go to exhibit PT 72 2, I believe it's referred to as?
Okay, you want us to put up exhibit PT 72?
Yes, please. There seems to be a -2 on the corner, and I was wondering if this has been entered into evidence. My point is, has it been shared with both parties?
There's one page of PT 72, which is what was uploaded. It's what I have, and believe me, what we have is what we posted to the FTP site. I don't think there's anything else for exhibit PT 72 other than this one page.
I was trying to get to a point, Mr. Lilly, that there is a separate, there's calling it a higher resolution, and they're calling it 72-2. I was wondering if there is a difference between the two maps.
Okay, there may be some confusion.
I might be able to explain this. Mr. Gonzalves, I think, is referring to a footnote, which on Mr. Hess's testimony. The sentence reads, "A true and correct copy of the QK survey is offered into evidence as Exhibit PT-72, period. Footnote 2."
Mr. Prager, I was going to just, excuse me, Mr. Prager, I was just going to say the same thing. I think, Mr. Gonzalez, that's referring to a footnote 2 in the testimony, not any additional part of Exhibit PT-72.
Okay, very well. I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know this may have been asked and answered again, but I'm getting to a point, Mr. Lilly, so I'll explain myself ahead of time to save Mr. Prager an objection.
Just go ahead and ask your question and we'll proceed.
Mr. Hess, do you think this QK map is accurate?
As I've already answered before.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, the objection is overruled. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Hess.
As I've previously answered already, I do not testify as to the accuracy of surveys. I am not a professional land surveyor.
Okay, that's good. Can we go then back to your testimony, Exhibit 70, page 2 again?
Okay.
It's depicted as paragraph 5 on the lower portion, begins with "in his oral testimony."
Okay, we have that on the screen now.
Mr. Hess, could you read the entire paragraph beginning with "in his oral testimony"?
In his oral testimony, Mr. Lowry stated that he used an unrecorded survey created for MID, that he followed it as best he could, that he was retracing it, and that he did not change any lines. Later in the hearing, he stated that the boundaries from the survey should be the same and that there may be a difference in bearing due to using a different basis of bearing.
You can go on to the next page. That's the middle of a sentence, so it'd be good to finish the sentence.
But the distances should be the same. Yet close inspection reveals that the two surveys conflict along almost the entirety of the property border next to Canal Creek, both in bearing and distance.
Thank you very much. I was getting back to page 3 of Exhibit 70, line 2. Are these your words or Mr. Lowry's? Yet close inspection.
Mine.
Mr. Hess, you stated that yet close inspection reveals that the two surveys conflict along almost the entirety.
Correct.
Objection asked and answered. We've already covered this exact sentence about an hour ago.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Objection's overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez, but I'm just about to stop this because it does seem to be repeating what we covered before. But if you, I'll allow 1 or 2 more questions on this area.
Okay, Mr. Lilly, I'm trying to get a point on the record for you to understand, and I will testify in my closing statements. I'm trying not to do what I've done previously. I'm trying.
Yeah, we don't want you to testify now. He did testify before that the areas of conflict in bearings and in distance are shown in Exhibit PT-73. So I'm not sure there's much more to ask him about this. I think he's explained it pretty clearly.
Okay, I was trying to get my point across about the investigative training techniques and policies and procedures and wrap it all back up into his words that he put in here.
All right, well, if you have you've already asked him about the board's training or in procedures, and you've asked him about the conflict. So I'm not sure there's anything else on these points to ask him about.
I think you might be right. I was trying to get a point across. Give me 1 moment to refocus my questions. I'm sorry.
Sure, no, that's fine. I mean, this is all very clear to me. I think Mr. Hess has explained pretty darn clearly what he did, what his area of expertise is, and what is not his area of expertise. So I think we've covered this very well.
Very well. You're correct, Mr. Lilly. I I will state the rest of my statements in my closing, but I would like to go to Mr. Hess's conclusion, please. That's on page 6 of his Exhibit 70.
Okay, let's move to page 6. And which paragraph would you like to look at here? Paragraph 18?
Yes, please, underneath title conclusion.
All right, we'll make it a little bigger. One more notch bigger. There we go.
Mr. Hess, could you read us your conclusion in paragraph 18, please, for the record?
I'm going to object. Mr. Gonzalves has continually asked Mr. Hess to read his written testimony into the record. It has been Mr. Lilly's, your direction that is not something the witnesses should be doing during either their testimony or their cross-examination.
All right, the objection is overruled. I definitely agree. I don't want witnesses to do that on direct because they can just summarize it. But I think it's an appropriate way for Mr. Gonzalves to establish a foundation for his next question. So go ahead, Mr. Hess, just read paragraph 18, and then Mr. Gonzalves can ask his follow-up question.
It is my opinion that the Lowry survey does not prove contiguity with Canal Creek and does not address the source of title requirement. The weight of the available evidence is consistent with any riparian rights on the property having been severed by multiple previous conveyances. Mr. Gonzalves has not offered any convincing evidence to support his riparian claim.
All right, Mr. Gonzalves, you may ask your follow-up question now.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly, and for Mr. Prager. My simple training was as investigative techniques to break things down by the elements, so that's what I'm going to use.
You don't, Mr. Gonzalves, you don't need to explain anything. Just ask your question.
Okay, very well. Can you give us the definition of contiguity, Mr. Hess?
And incident, I think the word is contiguity.
Yes, I apologize.
It's going to be touching or abutting, or the water traversing it.
Was there any points in your review of 2 surveys, were there any points that touched Canal Creek?
The Lowry survey shows points touching Canal Creek.
Could you explain to us what source of title requirements are?
Yeah, I explained that in detail in the report of investigation on page 26. That would be PT 1226. And it's the parcel has to be the smallest parcel held under one title in the chain of title leading to the current owner.
Very well, thank you. When you stated that the weight of the available evidence is consistent, what did you mean by that?
What I mean is the intent of the MID conveyance, the Crocker-Huffman conveyance to MID appeared to convey Canal Creek. The land conveyed in that was for the purposes of operating an irrigation district and having all the water rights. And it was a Canal Creek shaped parcel. It's also consistent with the parcel map, which shows the boundaries of the parcel set back from Canal Creek, which is a natural monument. That parcel map is consistent with the unrecorded survey that exists in Gonzalves 10 at page 13. It's also consistent with the QK survey in shape, and the Lowry survey appears to have some anomalies showing the points in the water and showing some distances that are different that are the same on the other surveys, and also varied variances in bearing. That means that the angles change. So when I look at the weight of the available evidence, it seems anomalous.
Very good, thank you, very well. I would like to ask you a question, and I have a reason. Have you ever lied?
You mean lied under oath?
Have you ever lied today?
No.
Have you ever lied?
Every human being ever in existence has lied. And it really depends on what your definition of lie is.
I have a point, Mr. Lilly, I'm trying to get at, and can Mr. Hess please just simply answer yes or no?
Mr. Gonzalves, I'm going to, Mr. Prager has not objected yet, but I'm not going to allow the question.
Okay.
Mr. Hess has testified he did not lie today. We're talking about today's testimony. I don't think it's appropriate for you to ask him about what he said in the rest of his life. I don't know how many years old he is, but that's many years, I'm sure, even for Mr. Hess. And that's just way beyond the scope of this hearing. So I'm going to, on my own motion, I'm going to object to that question and direct you not to ask that question, direct Mr. Hess not to answer. So you may proceed, but that's just not a fair question of this witness.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. I apologize. I have a point I'm trying to get at, and I'll try to ask it fairly. Can MID or Crocker-Huffman sell rights that they do not own?
No.
The rights that are appurtenances to land, which I testified to earlier, it was asked and answered question kind of thing. Can they be sold from Crocker-Huffman to MID without record of deed?
I don't understand that question. I don't understand what appurtenances are referring to, and I don't understand what you mean sold without record of deed. If you mean sold without being recorded, yes.
Yes, property can be, I'm sorry, water rights can be sold without being recorded? Is that what you just said?
That's not what I just said. I said property rights can be sold without being recorded.
Okay. I think I'm about ready to wrap up. Oh, I just have one more question. In your review, would you say Canal Creek is a navigable creek?
That was not in part of my review.
I think you can, I understand it may not have been, but it's certainly close to your testimony. Do you have an opinion one way or another, Mr. Hess, on whether Canal Creek is navigable?
I mean, can you define navigable? Because there is more than one definition of navigable stream. Like, it's not a U.S. water. The title is not held by the U.S. I'm not sure what definition of navigable you're using, because there are several legal definitions.
All right, fair enough. So, Mr. Gonzalves, I think this is probably beyond the scope of his testimony and, frankly, what's relevant to this hearing. So unless you can explain why you want to continue this line of questioning, I'm not going to allow it.
Yes, sir. I would like to continue on with Mr. Lowry's. I'm trying to paint you a picture. The definitions and differences between navigable and non-navigable are pertinent to the meets and bounds or the bearings and measurements, which are definitely what his testimony was about. It can affect waterways and the movable.
All right, so why don't you ask him whether he has any opinion on the navigability of Canal Creek that might affect the boundaries of the parcels. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, sir. That's what I was trying to get at.
All right, and Mr. Hess, if you don't have an opinion, you can just say you don't. But if you do you have any opinion on the navigability of Canal Creek that would affect the boundaries of parcels that are adjacent to Canal Creek?
No.
Very well. That's a fair answer. Thank you.
I think Larry, if we need to ask him anything.
My question to Mr. Lilly and maybe to, hang on a second. I got to phrase this right.
say that.
Okay, so I'm a little torn here. I'm just going to pose my question then to Mr. Lilly and to Mr. Prager about the testimony of Mr. Hess. The conclusion is an opinion. It clearly states that he doesn't believe that the Lowry survey has the proper weight. It would appear that he's giving more weight to the QK survey. And my question, I guess, would be maybe asked and answered already. I think of this almost as my type of objection is, I guess the question, fair enough, and Mr. Lilly or Mr. Prager, you can object to it, but the question I would pose to Mr. Hess is, are you giving more weight to the QK survey than the Mr. Lowry survey? Is that fair to answer?
I will have to object one more time that this is probably the third or fourth time that Mr. Gonzalez has asked this question. Mr. Damon's answer has been consistent throughout the over an hour's worth of cross-examination. He is not giving any special weight to the QK survey. He is not a land surveyor.
All right, so Mr. Gonzalez, I think Mr. Hess has pretty clearly explained what weight he's given to the different surveys and what his issues are about them. But I'm going to, just to wrap this up, I'm going to allow Mr. Hess one more time, and and maybe he wants to expand on it because he has given more testimony since the last time you asked this question. But Mr. Hess, do you have any other comments beyond what you've already given on what weight you gave the Lowry survey versus what weight you gave the QK survey in developing your testimony and opinions?
No, sir. I just evaluated all of it and looked to see what appeared to be consistent.
All right. So Mr. Gonzalez, I think we've covered this. So do you have any other questions?
No, sir. But if Mr. Lowry is on the line, can I ask him to rebut this statement now that he's had time?
Yeah, so let's talk process. As I said last week, I would allow you to call Mr. Lowry for rebuttal to just what Mr. Hess has testified to today and in his new exhibits. But we have to finish with Mr. Hess first, and then we will get to Mr. Lowry. So I have a couple of questions for Mr. Hess. Mr. Prager may have some redirect questions for Mr. Hess. We'll probably take a break then because it's getting to be mid-morning. And then you may call Mr. Lowry for the questions you want to ask him. And of course, then Mr. Prager and I can ask follow-up questions. So with that, are you done with your cross-examination questions for Mr. Hess?
Yes, sir. And thank you for letting me have that leeway. I apologize.
No, I understand. We're all doing the best we can. So while we have exhibit PT 70 on the screen, I just want to see, I think some of my questions have been covered here, but let me just check my notes here just a minute. Okay, so Nicole, please go to PT 70, which is what's already up on the screen, and page 3, the top of the page. There we go. So Mr. Hess, Mr. Gonzalez asked you about this sentence before. I think she's going to just make it a little bit bigger. It says, the very first sentence says, yet close inspection reveals that the two surveys conflict along almost the entirety of the property border next to Canal Creek, both in bearing and distance. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
When I looked at PT 73, and we don't have to put it up on the screen unless you have some questions about it, I only saw 2 places where there were conflicts as to distance. Does PT 73 list all the places where you found conflicts as to either bearing or bearing and distance?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in fact, are there only,
There's
tell me
three.
if I'm missing something here. Are there only two places where there are discrepancies in distance?
There are three.
Oh, and did I miss one?
The boxes are longer. There, two of them are close to each other, L11 and L12, and then the other one is over on the west side of the property, that last segment.
Got it. Thank
There's
you.
a
I see
slight
the
difference.
difference of a tenth of a foot there. Okay, thank you. I had missed that. Okay, and then my next question. Nicole, please just flip to page 4 of this same exhibit. And yeah, that's fine. This last sentence of paragraph 9, it starts on line 4, says, additionally, use of Canal Creek for conveyance of irrigation flows and for flood flow operations associated with the Castle Dam project could very likely have altered the course of the stream, thus changing the boundaries. I understand what you're saying, but I just couldn't figure out what's your point here. I don't, how does this affect your analysis and conclusions?
Well, riparian rights are in existence when the land is patented. So contiguity would have to start then and then be maintained. If the boundaries of the stream have changed, then something that's just barely touching the water may not have been contiguous at the time the land was patented or at the time that the property was conveyed. So if it's to the center of a stream, that's one thing, but a lot of these points appear in the Lowry survey to just be barely touching the very edge. And this stream seems to have gone through, over 100 years of irrigation flows, and then now 25 years of flood flow operations. I have a hard time thinking that a stream that's been subjected to that type of flow hasn't in some way changed.
Okay, I understand that. That certainly makes perfectly good sense, but doesn't that point really cut both ways? Could that mean that the creek location when the land was patented was actually more, I'll just say, more on the property or less? Couldn't it go either way?
It could go either way depending on really which way the stream is turning. There is a zone of erosion and a zone of deposition. So.
Okay, and is the zone of erosion normally on we'll say the outside turn, where the zone of deposition is on the inside turn?
Correct.
Okay, and then one other thing I was thinking about, and you may have testified to this before, but in a state of nature, there would not be the imported water that is flowing in Canal Creek now. So do you have any opinion on where the creek would have been when it just had natural flows in it as opposed to natural plus imported flows in it?
No, I don't have any opinion on that. The only thing that I can go on is the Canal Creek shaped parcel that appears to have been conveyed to MID.
Okay. And then if we can go to page 5 of your testimony. Just a minute here. This discusses exhibit PT 76, and if we need to, we can bring that up. But I just was lost here. You talk about parcel 1, parcel 3, and parcel 4, and I'm wondering, what is the story with parcel 2 here? What was parcel 2? Where is it?
Parcel 2 has a little bit of issue. I don't believe that parcel 2 as described closes. There's evidence that that's probably the case as well on the map because it refers to the compass rule, which is a method of distributing random error in surveys. That parcel 2 traverse also seems to overlap a little bit with parcel 3. I didn't feel comfortable as a civil engineer trying to reconcile that because that's firmly within the purvey of land surveyors. So the area that's parcel 2 is the portion that is discussed in paragraph 16, which is where it shows that all of the surveys, all of them agree that the parcel boundary is set back from Canal Creek in that area. So it wasn't even particularly relevant for me to even try to reconcile that issue.
Okay, Nicole, could you just put up exhibit PT 76 on the screen? And yet you can just zoom out, make it smaller so we can see the whole thing. Okay, so first of all, and if we need to zoom in so you can read it, that's fine. But first of all, is parcel 4 the area that's crosshatched with the words lot line adjustment, or is parcel 4 something else?
Parcel 4 is just to the left of that. It's a thin 20-foot strip. It is crosshatched, but in yellow.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I do see that. And that's the one that was then conveyed away in the lot line adjustment, and in return, the blue crosshatched was conveyed to Mr. Gonzalves?
Correct. That line was moved.
Okay. So he lost that 20-foot strip, but then he gained that somewhat wider, say a couple 150 or so foot wide strip.
No, sir. He just gained.
Oh, he still has parcel 4.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry if I'm confused. Just tell me what's going on here.
It's difficult to communicate because the parcel map refers to parcel 1 and parcel 2, and the deed also uses parcel 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it can be confusing. The eastern boundary of parcel 4 and what you would think of as the little northern boundary of let's say in lot 93 there at the bottom of the lot line adjustment, that line got moved eastward. He purchased the property and then had that line moved eastward.
Okay, and that's when he obtained the blue crosshatched area?
Correct. And
okay.
It all became one legal parcel. Okay,
thank you. And then so on this map, where is parcel 2, if you can describe that?
Well, as I mentioned, the deed language, parcel 2 doesn't close with the language in the deed. So parcel 2 would be the area that's blank in lot 93. And
okay.
It also would encompass an area that is the southern part of parcel 3 and part of the area that says section 9. However, the language in the deed doesn't follow that exact trajectory. So that's reconciling that is beyond the scope of my experience or expertise.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. I guess in my experience, these things never end up being simple, and this is no exception. There certainly are some complexities here. But thank you for clarifying that. So, Mr. Prager, do you have any redirect questions for Mr. Hess?
No.
All right. With that, Mr. Gonzalves, I do have to give you an opportunity to ask follow-up questions, but solely limited to the questions I just asked Mr. Hess. You don't have to ask anything, but if there's something you think you need to ask him related to the questions I asked him, that you may ask him that, but I'm going to hold you just to that limited area.
Parcel 3.
Yes, sir. Very well. This is extremely important. Lot parcels 2 and parcel 1.
This has to be a question, remember. If you need to testify, we can do that, but we're now at question stage. And if you have something you want to say, you'll have a chance, but it's just, do you have any questions for Mr. Hess about this?
Yes. Is parcel number 2 depicted in lot number 79 to the right side of the blue lines.
Okay, just I would like to clarify. Are you referring to parcel 2 on the parcel map or parcel 2 on the deed?
I would like to refer to parcel 2 on this exhibit number 76, page 1. Please describe where it is written that where parcel 2 is.
Okay, once again, this is a combination of both of those. If you're referring to the original document, not the annotations above, is that the area you're referring to, the background document?
Quite simply, I know that parcel 2 was written in a black line and it's been lightened. I just want you to read and point out to me where it is on your map here. It's been lightened for a reason, Mr. Lilly, and I'd like to point that out. That
Wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalves is testifying, and it's frankly very confusing as to what he's gonna say.
Stop. Everybody, stop. Mr. Gonzalves, you're testifying. You can't do that.
Okay, I apologize.
So you'll get a chance, but this
I
is
was trying to
question.
ask you in a question.
Wait. I'm not done. Let me
Yes, sir.
finish, please. I think Mr. Hess has explained his understanding of the location of parcel 2 on this map and the issues with some overlaps as well as he can. I'm not sure you're going to get any more information from him, but you may ask him a question if you have one about this. But that's it. You can't testify, just questions. So please, do you have a question you want to ask Mr. Hess?
I do. I would like Mr. Hess to read the parcel number 3 and 4. Because I have some questions about the verbiage that is written in.
You better tell us what document you're talking about here.
Our exhibit, Gonzalves Exhibit 10, page 2 of 3. It's the
All right,
deed.
let's put up Exhibit Gonzalves 10.
He clearly blotted out parcel 2 because it harms it. On my view.
I think you want to go, if you can go back, Nicole, go back a couple of 1 or 2 pages back. Yeah, right there. Is this the page you want, Mr. Gonzalves?
No, I'd like to go to the next page.
All right, this was what described parcel 2. The next page describes parcels 3 and 4.
The beginning.
Can we read all of portion of parcel 3?
Okay, it's there, and I don't think Mr. Hess needs to read that, but do you have a question for him about this?
I do. Can he? I'll read beginning at northwest corner of said lot 93, east to the point of intersection with said Canal Creek. And I would like to go back to the map now.
I'm sorry, does Mr. Gonzalves have a question, or is he just?
He's getting there, Mr. Prager. Give him a
I'll
chance.
just restate it then, Mr. Prager.
Wait, Mr. Gonzalves, you don't need to respond to Mr. Prager. I'm handling objections here. When you say the map, do you want the map in Exhibit Gonzalves 10 or the map in PT 76?
Either one, they're the same, but before we leave this.
Wait. So which one do you want us to put up on the screen so you can ask Mr. Hess a question?
PT 76, please.
All right, so we'll go back to PT 76. And again, questions. Do you have a question for Mr. Hess about this?
Yes, I do.
What is your question?
Does the map in the eastern corner read northwest corner of lot 93?
Yes.
Does that coincide with the words that were written on the northwest corner in the deed?
Yes. You're saying that are the words the same? Yes, they're the same.
That's all I'm asking. Are the words the same?
And he said yes. They both say northwest corner of lot 73. One says of said lot 73, and the map just says lot 73.
Can you please
Excuse me,
point out,
93.
and this may be an asked and answered, but where is the intersection with said Canal Creek?
Are you talking about on that line?
Just
you
show
want-
me any intersection that's
Do you want, let's go back to exhibit. I mean, we'll stay here, but I'm going to ask that. We just read the page of exhibit 10 where it said east to point of intersection with said Canal Creek. So Mr. Hess, can you tell us where on this map east to the point of intersection with said Canal Creek is?
Okay, we discussed this exact issue in my rebuttal testimony, and I provided a map that showed that line, and we did questioning on this exact thing. If you want to pull up PT 58, that line is shown, but this map is not intended to show that reference line.
Okay, do you want, I think he did testify about that before with PT 58, Mr. Gonzalez. I don't know that we really need to cover this. I think it's getting beyond the scope of what he's talked about today, but do you have anything that you need to cover with him about this?
Probably not then, Your Honor. I just wanted to hear him say intersection with Canal Creek for the record.
All right. Well, again, you can, in your closing brief, you can point out what the documents say, and you certainly will be able to. So with that, we're done with Mr. Hess's rebuttal testimony today. Mr. Prager, do you want to offer exhibits PT 70 to 79 into evidence?
Yes, please.
All right, and Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any objections to these exhibits being accepted into evidence?
Yes, I do have objections that we were not able to cross-examine QK, Garth Piccanino, Angelina Jolie, or I'm sorry, Jolene Ansley, Mr. Dwayne Morris, or anyone from their firm.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to admit exhibits PT 70 through 79 into evidence. However, I do think Mr. Gonzalez has a valid point on exhibit PT 72 to the extent this is a document prepared, apparently prepared, although not signed, by an engineer, Mr. Piccanino, with QK engineers. And this is clearly hearsay. So we will admit this, but subject to the limitations on use of hearsay evidence in Government Code section 11513, which is set out and is a Government Code section that the Water Board follows for hearings like this. So with that, and I don't think
Really, if you don't
any of
mind,
it, wait, let me just finish. I don't think there are any other exhibits that have that same hearsay problem, but if there are, we will admit them subject to the same limitations. So now, Mr. Prager, you may proceed.
I just wanted to clarify for the record that the higher resolution image that we're speaking of, the QK survey, we refer to it as a higher resolution image because it is the exact same image that Mr. Gonzalves submitted as part of his own case in chief testimony.
I understand, and so it's admitted into evidence, and to the extent that the higher resolution shows more, that's fine. But it's still and for that matter, the Mr. Gonzalves exhibit, I forget which one it is. Do you happen to know which one it was that was the lower resolution version of that survey, Mr. Prager?
It was his oral testimony. I believe we discussed this matter briefly in the previous. I have it in my notes. It's Gonzalves 39, page 35. Okay,
that was in the slide. So, and yes. Just so we're clear, that one was admitted before, but with this issue being raised and the matter not yet being submitted, I will clarify that both of those exhibits are admitted, but subject to the limitations on use of hearsay evidence in Government Code 11513. I mean, it's just not fair to Mr. Gonzalves to even if it's an exhibit he submitted, to have a document prepared by somebody who's not testifying and not subject to cross-examination, to admit it without that limitation. So they're admitted subject to that limitation. So that takes care of that. We are going to take a break now, but I want to just tell you where we're going from here. Mr. Gonzalves, I told you that I would allow you to call Mr. Lowry to respond to Mr. Hess's new exhibits. It'll just be for that one purpose. And you've indicated, I see he's on the phone here, and I understand do you still want him to testify today?
Yes, sir, I do. There's some very important questions I have to ask him.
All right, so we will take a break. And then when we come back, you may call Mr. Lowry. And again, as I say, it's limited to just his responding to what Mr. Hess has testified to today. And then, of course, Mr. Prager may ask cross-examination questions for Mr. Lowry. And we will go forward at that point. And just so you know, I reviewed my files over the last week, and I have a couple of follow-up questions for Mr. Hess and Mr. Gonzalves, not related to what we've covered today. So I'm going to ask them at the end. So Mr. Hess, are you going to remain here so I can ask you questions later on, either this morning or early afternoon?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Just wanted to make sure we could do that. So with that, we will take a break. It's
Mr.
10:50.
I'm sorry
Excuse
to
me.
interrupt you at the very end. At the end of the hearing date last Wednesday, we discussed this matter of Mr. Lowry presenting rebuttal to the rebuttal evidence. And I requested that Mr. Lowry appear with a video camera. And I believe you strongly directed Mr. Gonzalves, if he was going to have Mr. Lowry appear, that he do so on video. I'd like to get some clarification as to whether or not Mr. Lowry will be appearing on video, or instead simply calling in.
That's
All right,
fine,
that's
Mr.
a
Lilly.
fair question. Wait. So one person at a time here. So first of all, Mr. Lowry, I see you're here by telephone. Can you just go off mute and first of all tell us whether you've been able to hear us this morning, and second of all whether you're going to be able to talk?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, and we can hear you. So we did ask you to appear by video if at all possible. Are you going to be able to appear by video later this morning?
I do not have the ability to appear by video.
All right. And so I know you've been having problems with the fire, the creek fire, and so forth. So Mr. Prager, you're correct. I strongly urge Mr. Lowry to appear by video, but I said if he could not, I would allow him to appear audio only. I want to get this done today, so I don't want to wait any longer until he might be available by video plus audio. So we're going to go forward. Mr. Gonzalves, I'm letting him appear by audio. Is there really anything else you need to say about this?
Well, I just don't understand. I appreciate it, but what is the importance of video? I mean, he's there. It's his voice. What is the importance of it? I just don't understand.
The importance is it's a lot easier for us to observe if we can both hear and see somebody. It just makes the testimony a lot easier for both Mr. Prager and me to follow. I mean, normally we don't allow any remote testimony at all. Back in the pre-COVID days, we did everything in person. So this is a further step removed from that. And frankly, it is more difficult. But as I said, I was not going to absolutely require it. I was just going to request it. And Mr. Lowry, just one other question. Do you have any exhibits that you were going to try to offer today, or are you just going to testify?
Well, I do have an exhibit. It's the record of survey that I submitted last time with a few minor changes.
All right, Mr. Gonzalves, do you have a copy of that record of survey with the minor changes?
No, not yet. Can you explain what those minor changes are?
Wait. First of all, Mr. Lowry, wait just a minute.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Is there any way you can send do you have any way to transmit those by any
Yeah.
medium this morning, fax or
Yeah.
email?
Yes, I have it. Yes, I do. I'll send it as a PDF to Mr. Gonzalez, and he can distribute it as he sees fit.
All right, can you do that right now?
I can do it right now.
All right, so Mr. Gonzalez, as soon as you receive that, email that to me and Mr. Prager. Can you do that?
Yes, sir. Very well.
And so is it just one page, Mr. Lowry, that has these changes?
Yes, it's just one page, the same that I submitted before.
All right, so let's do that. In light of that, we'll give a little more time just so we can process this. Let's plan to come back at 11:30 this morning. Well, yeah, 11:30. So send that as soon as you can. And if you email it, it'll go to both. We obviously will label it and post it as an exhibit, but I want to be able to go forward today. So we will do that, and we will be back at 11:30 with that testimony. You can either log off and log back on, or you can just basically turn your video and audio off and stay on. We'll just pause the recording. We will start it again at 11:30. So I will see you all then. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, we're just getting ready to start again. I just want to make sure it looks like we've got our recordings going, so we'll go ahead and get started. So we're back on the record. And at this point, we're ready to have Mr. Lowry testify. And I will just say that during the break, I received an email from Mr. Gonzalves, and I think Mr. Prager, I received it as well, which transmitted the revised Lowry record of survey document. I have labeled that as Exhibit Gonzalves 58 and posted it to the AHO FTP site. So, Mr. Lowry, one of the things I would like you to explain today are the changes between your prior record of survey, which was Exhibit Gonzalves 55, and the new version, Gonzalves 58. And then also, I think Mr. Gonzalves may want to ask you some questions in rebuttal to Mr. Hess's new testimony. So with that, okay. Mr. Lowry, first of all, I'll remind you, you are still under the oath you took in this hearing last week. And before Mr. Gonzalves starts his questions, if you could just explain for us, I think it'll make things go more efficiently. What are the changes between the record of survey document you submitted last week and the new document that we just received this morning?
Right. When I received the exhibit from Quadnoff, it wasn't very legible, so I tried my best to put it bearings and distances in and have it close, but it didn't close, so I forced the closure, and then and that's where the differences are in the distances that are coming up and some of the bearings. So when I got the new copy that was submitted as well, I think it was provided to me by Mr. Gonzalves. Those had really clear distances and bearings on it. I was able to put it together and determine that the QK survey is a good survey and it closes. I do have some questions about it, which I will talk to the original surveyor about for the recordation of this record of survey. But for now, it is a good survey that does close. However, I do still, after adjusting the lines to what they're supposed to be per the QK survey, they still land in the water.
Okay, so then just tell us what changes did you make to the documents between your old document and your new document?
There's some bearings and distances that I changed that reflect in the line table that shows up on the map. Bearings and distances that change starting at probably the found monument down by the water's edge, right in the middle of the old parcel 1 and 2. From there, all the way down, following the canal, and then coming up and then closing back down on the center section.
Okay, so does your new document have your new numbers in it?
Yes, sir. They do. They have it all up in the line and bearing table up at the top there.
Okay, I see there are a couple where there's some slight changes, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure, the whole point behind doing this is now I have a clean copy. Now I just want to make sure everything I do follows what the previous surveyor did, and then determine whether or not that was valid. I still need to talk to Garth, and then get this passed through the county surveyor. So this is kind of an evolving document until I feel that it's ready to record and stand by it. So right now, I like what the property is doing. I like where the monuments are landing. It fits record very well according to QK, and that's where I am.
All right, so I don't have any other preliminary questions. Mr. Gonzalves, you may start with your questions for Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Hello, Mr. Lowry. This is Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Did the points that are in the water, did any of them move out of the water?
No.
Did they move further into the water?
Some of them did. Some of them moved away from the water a little bit, but still, they don't appear to be out of the water according to my photo that I flew.
How do you match your on the ground, boots on the ground measurements with your drone overlay?
I put targets or paint marks on the ground. I get a very accurate GPS reading out of the center of that target, and then I apply that to the photos, and then I run it through proprietary software to get it to all match up, and in the end, we get a residual number of the error, kind of an error analysis that tells me how far those points are off to my in the photo, how far they're off to the points on the ground. In this case, it was no more than a half a foot.
Very well, thank you. Does the with QK on the ground, I think, what phrase do you have for on the ground measurements? How do you refer to those as?
Did you rephrase that, or I didn't understand the question?
Yeah, did you do on the ground measurements with
Yes,
measuring
sir.
devices?
Yes, sir.
Are your measuring devices typically used in surveying?
Yes.
Now you did your own overlay, but the QK on the ground versus their overlay in color, when you look at that, does it look accurately overlaid?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Can you describe what you mean by it doesn't look accurately overlaid, the top layer?
For example, if you look at the exhibit that I just sent, and you look at where Shaw Road runs into kind of the creek there, there's a monument that I'm going to set that's, I don't believe that one is in the water. I think it's on the side of the bank. We kind of agree in the photo there, plus or minus just by visual inspection. We kind of agree that where that is. But if you go to the north line of lot 91.
Mr. Lilly, I know we all have our maps that we're discussing. Is there any way that you could have your staff put the map up on the screen?
Yeah, we can put up Exhibit Gonzalves 58, which is I assume you want the new survey. So we can put that up there, I think.
We might have to flip back and forth between PT 72 and our new survey. Can we first start off with PT 72?
Okay, let's put up Nicole, sorry about that. Looks like you have PT 72 up. Okay, and just so Mr. Lowry, this is the QK survey that's marked draft that is now up on the screen. So go ahead and ask your question, Mr. Gonzalez.
So you were about to describe the northern line of lot 91 and 92.
Okay. Okay, lot 91. Lot 91 on the QK overlay shows the pump, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's a pump there. It shows the boundary line running straight through the pump when it doesn't do that. And I can confirm that it doesn't do that because I was out there and saw it. It does not run through the pump.
Can you give a description, maybe some bearings like a visual fence line or something like that, that the people that we're talking to with words can understand, or can you describe that?
Right, so the line is north of the pump. Approximately, and I'm going to guess here, so I'm looking at the same thing you guys are looking at. It's north of the pump, approximately 6 to 8 feet. The QK overlay shows it running through the pump. That's not to say that the QK survey is incorrect, but the photo is not, I don't believe, is accurately placed. And I just have questions on how they did it, but that's maybe not for me to ask.
Okay. The waters that run next to the Gonzalves property, do you have an opinion or any experience whether that water is navigable or non-navigable?
Well, when I was in college, I did a kind of a study on the San Joaquin River, and the San Joaquin River was navigable at one time, but that was for commerce. And in my opinion, this would not be a navigable waterway. Where the boundary lies in a non-navigable waterway is the thread of the stream. That's not to say that the intent of the subdivision was to follow the bank. It may very well have been, but in this case, if it's not the thread of the stream, then where does the boundary go? Does it go to the bank? Does it go to where the record information says it goes? Because if it does that, then in my opinion, is it falls in the water. And that's all I can really speak on, because I only determine property boundaries. I do not deal with title.
Thank you, Casey.
Yep.
And I think you previously said that those points that landed in the water, they still land in the water with your corrections?
Yes, sir.
Do you care about separate patent timelines, whether it was Section 8 or Section 9 when you do a survey?
I retrace what's record information. I do care, but in this case, this is all part of a parcel map. So, for reference, they show the section line, the east line of Section 8. They show that on there for reference. The parcel map is what created, I guess it'd be parcel 1.
When you look at records or transfers of title to determine the measurements, did you review Gonzalves deeds of
Yes,
record?
sir. Yes.
Is it common for you to go back in deeds, or do you just look at the deeds that are current?
I typically look at the most current transfer deed. If a chain of title is required, that's a different that gets taken care of through a title company. If the client needs a chain of title, then they would get the chain of title, and then of course I could research that and see where the boundary is.
Okay, so I think I've about wrapped up our questions for you. Do you feel confident in your review as it currently stands?
Yes, I do. I feel confident in it, and I'm going to set, I'm going to set points out there, the ones that I haven't set, and I'm going to adjust the points I have set.
Very well. I think that's about all I have to ask.
All right, Mr. Prager, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Last time I conducted cross-examination, there was a problem with my microphone. Mr. Lowry, can you hear me clearly?
I can.
Great. I have a few questions about this new document that you've submitted.
Okay.
Um,
Do you want us to put it on the screen, Mr. Prager?
yes, actually, that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, Nicole, please put up PT 58. And Mr. Lowry, I know you don't have at least I assume you don't have a screen, but this is the document that you just emailed to Mr. Gonzalves and he emailed to us. It's just easier for us to, yeah, you have it open and we have it open as well. All right, Mr. Prager, please proceed.
Mr. Lowry, a difference between the previous survey and the current survey appears to be the word draft. You've changed it from draft to preliminary.
Yes.
I assume that means that this is an unfinished survey, correct?
It is an unfinished survey. It's not complete until I record it.
Okay. And because it's not finished, you haven't signed this one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You have, however, included a date. It's dated 9/13/2020. The 13th was just this past Sunday.
Yes.
Does that date reflect the date that you adjusted your survey?
No.
What does that date reflect?
That date was the date that I submitted the previous one to you.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I fully understand that question or that answer. So I'm going to rephrase my question.
Okay.
What does that, okay, so September 13th, what does that date reflect?
That date reflects the date on the last survey that I submitted to the court. For Mr. Gonzalves and then who submitted it to the court.
But didn't you submit your previous survey on the 31st of August?
31st, 9/13. I'm sorry. Yes, I made a mistake. 9/13 is when I changed this, and that's the date that I changed all this stuff on here.
Okay. So let's just to clarify the record, because you've now changed your answer. My first question was, does 9/13 reflect the date that you've changed the survey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as it was in, so this survey has changed in the last 3 days, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It appears that it's changed in a number of places, and I'd like to walk through at least a few of them so I can get it on the record.
Okay.
The first thing I will address is lot 91. It appears in the August 31st survey that lot 91 has not been surveyed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I surveyed it, of course.
Okay.
See, the little open circles mean that I'm going to set something there. So it's, yes, this is where I'm setting it. And yes, it has been surveyed. I haven't actually set the points though.
Okay. So that means that you haven't gone back to Mr. Gonzalves' property in the last week and surveyed lot 91. You've just...
No, I have surveyed lot 91. I haven't put any pins in the ground yet. So mathematically, I've surveyed it and related it to sectionalized land. Then
right, but that's, I'm sorry,
that,
I apologize for cutting you off. But my question was whether or not you have surveyed lot 91 in the last week.
I have not gone out there and put any points in the ground in the last week, no.
Okay. So the difference between the August 31st survey and the September 13th survey appears to be that you've drawn a black line and added some bearings and distances?
Yes.
Okay. On the previous survey, those black lines did not appear. On the new survey, they do appear. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
On lot 91,
Okay.
on the lines that you've drawn onto the map,
yes,
it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4 lines that compose the boundary that is nearest to Canal Creek.
yes,
There are 2 lines that are relatively short that do not have bearings or distances labeled.
Well, there's 3 lines. There's one down at the bottom too.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So those don't have distances and bearings labeled.
Not yet. Like I said, this is an evolutionary. I'm in the process of finishing it, so
Okay.
I wanted to let everybody know that that I am changing it, and like I said, it's evolutionary, so they will have bearings and distances when I submit it to the county for review.
Okay. Thank you. So just to clarify, because you've used this term a couple of times, this is an evolving document that may change.
That's correct.
Okay.
Based on new information, it's not set in stone until I take it to the recorder to record it.
That makes sense. Thank you. Oh, I should follow up on what you just said. You have not recorded it, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
What else? Mr. Lowry, there's a line table on your new survey
Yes.
that is slightly different than the line table on the previous survey, correct?
That's correct.
Both, in some instances, it's different in bearing, and in other instances, it's different in distance, correct?
No, they should all be the same distance. They should all be the same. And if they're not, that's something I have to look at.
Okay, well, let's explore that a little bit more. Mr. Lilly, I think I need to compare and contrast two separate documents at the same time for most efficient.
Yeah, this is a little tricky, Mr. Prager. Here's what I'm doing, which I think you and Mr. Lowry and Mr. Gonzalves can also do. I just have the paper copies of the two surveys.
And you're
in my
looking at them at
hands.
the same time.
And can you just do that too? And Mr. Lowry, can
Well,
you just do that?
Yeah, let's all do that. I don't have paper copies, so I'm gonna quickly pull up some electronic documents and we can look at the tables together.
Yeah, I think it's easier. I mean, we can put them on the screen, but I don't know that we have any way to put two at the same time. I don't know, Nicole, if you can put up exhibits Gonzalves 55 and 58 at the same time, that would be great. But I don't know that Zoom allows us to do that. So if not, you'll just have to go back and forth, Mr. Prager, in your own screen. But we'll try. But anyway, just so you know, for the record, I have paper copies of both of them, and I can. It's the old-fashioned way, but I can go back and forth pretty easily between the two of them. And I assume, Mr. Lowry, you can do that too.
Yes.
Okay. That one. Okay. I'm still getting organized here. I've got too many tabs open. Just give me.
But that's
little
fine. We have challenges, so please take your time.
I think this is it.
And keep in mind also that all this information gets extensively reviewed by the county surveyor.
Mr. Lowry, we're going to stick to me asking questions and you answering them, but thank you for that
Okay.
testimony.
Okay.
I apologize for the delay. It's been a little tough getting two together. Yeah, okay. So Mr. Lowry, the reason why I wanted to look at these tables at the same time is because I asked you the following question. I asked you, when you look at the line table, some bearings and some distances have changed in the last 3 days. And you said, that the bearings some of the bearings had changed, but the distances hadn't. So I'm going to direct your attention to your previous survey from August 31, and looking at the line table, L11 from August 31st, and L11 from September 13th. And please look at the distance box in that table for L11 for both surveys. And I'll ask you one more time. Does it appear distances have changed?
Give me a minute to open up my other one, okay, the older one?
Yeah. Take your time.
And for the record, we're still talking about the old survey is Exhibit Gonzalves 55 and the new survey is Gonzalves 58. We're trying to figure out how to display them both at the same time, but Zoom may not allow us to do that.
Okay.
But as I say, I have them here and I have both line tables in front of me.
Okay, so I'm looking, I have both of them open now, 11 and 12, okay. Okay.
So I'll ask my question for a third time. It appears that some of the bearings and some of the distances in this line table have changed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Lowry, Mr. Gonzalves asked you a question about deed language and what deeds you look at.
Yes.
I have a question about the deed language you used to establish this survey.
I use the specific deed language. There's a deed document number 2016-014271, which is the lot line adjustment. It starts at the northeast corner of section 8, and it gives some bearings and distances down there. But I held the Garth survey, the Pequeno survey. I held that line. So that's where I started, held that line. I came down and I tried to follow Garth's, Mr. Pequeno's survey as best I could. And,
all right, Mr. Mr. Lowry, I'm gonna hold you there because I haven't actually asked you a question yet. So
okay.
My question is, do you know what language? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that question. Okay, I think I've formulated it in my head. I apologize for the delay. In looking at your survey, you've labeled kind of sections of each lot with what appears to be the words deed doc number 2016-014271.
Yes, sir.
And we discussed this briefly last week. And my question to you is, the language in that deed, what area or what portion of the land does it describe?
It describes what's left of parcel 2 after the lot line adjustment.
All right, can you unpack that a little? What is the lot line adjustment?
I have some text down there that says lands at water's edge. Do you see that on the exhibit that I just sent? It's down around the skinny piece of the property. L7 and L6 in between there.
Oh, you're referring to the northern portion of the property.
Yes. L7 and L6 on the exhibit that I sent.
So deed 2016 is the lot line adjustment for the northern portion of the property.
Yes, which changed, you know, they moved the line up towards the skinny piece up to the east line of it would be the line dividing new parcel 1 and parcel 2.
Okay. That's not my understanding of what that deed says. So
Okay.
Maybe you're confused. So how about we open up that document and read it together, and I'll ask you some questions about it.
You want to open the deed now? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it's the document that Mr. Gonzalves, I think, submitted late last week.
Yes, we have labeled that as Exhibit Gonzalves 57. We can open that. And just for the record, This has the Merced County clerk recorder's information. It says deed number 2016-014-271, and the title is interspousal transfer deed.
That's not the one I'm referring to.
Okay.
That has to be mislabeled then.
Okay.
It's the lot line adjustment that created that.
Okay,
Created
So it
Mr.
sounds.
Lowry, excuse me, Mr. Perry, but Mr. Lowry, there must be some confusion because this document, Gonzalves 57, the interspousal transfer deed, does have this deed number in the county clerk recorder's information.
That's right. That's mislabeled. That needs to be changed to, I believe it's 6841.
So you need to change the number on your map, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, it needs to be 6841. That's the lot line adjustment that adjusted parcel 1 and 2.
That's in Damon Hess's.
Okay, so I think what we've established here, Mr. Lowry, and I don't need to belabor this point because I don't think it's particularly relevant, but what you're trying to say is some portions of this map have been mislabeled in terms of what was relied on to establish the boundaries.
No.
Okay, because
What was relied on to establish the boundary is what I used. The labeling is in fact not correct on that piece.
okay. Mr. Lowry, my question was, is the labeling incorrect? And you just stated no, that the labeling was incorrect. So that creates some confusion for the record. So let's.
Mr. Lilly, I got to object to that. He's badgering the witness.
No, Mr. Gonzalez, that objection's overruled. I think Mr. Prager is trying to get to the point here, but let me just ask one question that may help move this along. Mr. Lowry, you said the lot line adjustment deed is 6841. Is that correct?
It's 2017-026841.
2017-026841?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't think we have that in the record. We can check, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure we had the number. That's the recorded document you relied on for this survey. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the latest vesting deed for that property.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. So Mr. Prager, I mean, the point is clear that the map does not list, the map lists the 2016 deed, not that 2017 deed. So I think that's pretty clear. Yes. So with that, those points, you may proceed, Mr. Prager.
All right. I have just two more questions on this line, and I'll let it go. Mr. Lowry, I don't know how to describe this, except for maybe I'll use the lot numbers. Lot 92 and lot 93 of Mr. Gonzalves' property comprise kind of like the southern portion of his property that includes the almond orchard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like on your, both on your new map and on your old map, you've labeled it 2016-014268, covering this section of the property as well. Is that in error?
I don't know, because I need to go back and look at that.
Okay.
The intent of this exhibit was to let you know that bearings and distances have changed on the line in question.
Okay. Moving over back to lot 91.
Yep.
You've labeled it deed doc number 2016-014271. Is that also mislabeled?
I don't know if it's mislabeled. I don't think so.
Okay.
But this is all stuff that gets taken care of with the county surveyor and myself.
Okay, so it may not be correct right now, but it will be corrected later. Is that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's a fair statement? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Lowry.
All right,
Thank
so Mr. Lowry, just a couple of follow-up questions. I just want to make sure I understand this. You said that title companies handle chains of title, and I just want to be clear. Did you review any chain of title for this property as part of your work?
Not chain of title, no.
Okay. And then you said that you're going to have to set some new points and adjust some points. Which points are you going to have to set new points for?
The ones that show starts at the top, lands in water, and those points that run down, those changes are very minor. In fact, I actually moved into the water a little bit more. So 1, 2, 3 points. I'm holding what I found where it says lands at water's edge. That's the 1-inch iron pipe with a tag in it that's illegible. That's what I found there. And then there's minor changes on each one of these, but they're too minor to even talk about on the ground. But for calculation purposes, they have to be exact. The one that says lands in water, that's the very most southern one along the bank of the canal. That one is going to move a little bit, and it moves away from the water, less than a half a foot. And that's pretty much it. Well, these will change too as you keep going down. Those will change less than a half a foot, and then the one up as it goes up where it says north 57, 11, 19, 784 feet. That one there changes the most, actually. That one changes about 3 feet. It's further away from the canal. As you continue down to the southwest, that one changes less than a foot, and then it kind of meets back up as it comes around that corner to a point to almost identical to what it was before, but not quite. So that one will change also to the very south as it intersects the section line.
Okay, so there was one there that I was wondering about. It's a little hard to read, but do you see at the very southernmost part of the Gonzalves property, this is where lot 92 and lot 93 intersect. There's a very clear number that's listed on the other side of the creek that says 1321.21 feet. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you go straight up from that, you get to one of your white circles, which again is between lot 92 and 93. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says here lands in water for that one. And I'm just confused because on your new survey, it looks like that white circle is actually on land and not on water. Do you have a comment on that?
It's definitely in the water.
Okay, how come the picture shows it on land then?
I think it just looks like land right there. That's all moss that's in there.
Okay, and then the same thing for the point just to the right of that, the other end of L17, it says lands in water, but again, it looks to me like it's on the land side of that berm.
No, it's definitely in the water. Yeah, it's definitely in the water.
Okay. And then let me just check my notes here, excuse me. So regarding the new lines you've drawn at the bottom of lot 91, I wasn't entirely clear about your responses to Mr. Prager's questions. You have indicated that these are now listed on your new survey map and they were not on the old one, but did you go out in the field at all in connection with those new points?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all done desktop. And so those are points you need to set but have not done yet.
Yes, sir. Well,
And then your
let me
line table, excuse me, go ahead, excuse me.
Can I answer that again? Okay, now
Please go ahead.
I just want to be clear about what we're talking about. You're talking about down at the southern portion of lot 91 or 92 and 93, the same area that we talked about being in the water?
I was actually just talking about the southern end of 91 because I think those were the new points you added.
Okay, yeah, those 2 points down at the southern end of 91, I have not set anything west of where those points landed in the water. I still have to do that.
Okay, and so similarly, the line table does not include any of these new points. Is that correct?
No, the line table does, well, except for L17, well, no, it does not. Yes, the two little short lines that are up there that go around the corner and the one down on the bottom on the section line do not show up in the line table.
Okay, so you'll have to add those before you complete the final survey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Those are all of my questions. Mr. Gonzalves, do you have any redirect questions for Mr. Lowry? And again, a reminder, this is limited just to questions, not comments, and just to matters that have been covered in Mr. Prager's questions or my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lilly. I was a little lost on the questions, probably in lot 93, where the section line leaves section 8 to section 9. I had taken you as a group to show a pin that was in the water. And I quite honestly don't know what number it's referring to. I thought it was like 317 in the water.
So remember, turn this into a question. It's got to be a question for Mr. Lowry.
Okay. So, Mr. Lowry, I had some of your work product referred to as 317, which you did a search on.
Yes.
Does that one still land in the water?
Yes.
Is
To the
there a
best of my
way,
knowledge, water goes up and down, but to the best of my knowledge, it does.
is there a number that corresponds on what Mr. Lilly was just talking about in that, the survey? Does it have a number for, on that index? What was it called?
Not on anything that we're looking at. I believe if you're talking about the south end of 93 and 92, is that where you're talking?
No, we're talking about.
No, I was talking about that, what looks like a little bulbous corner where section
Okay.
8 goes into section 9. It's
Okay.
on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I'm there.
Um,
What is that?
What was that reference number? I'm confused there. Does it have an L number?
Yeah, it has an L15. The south end of L15. That's the one we were talking about.
This might be outside of my scope of my capability. I think we've really just want to close with saying, before you finish your record of survey, will you meet and confer with the county surveyor?
Yes. I will not, let me take that back. I will not meet with him typically. It gets handled through mail. We'll deliver it to him. He'll have his plan checkers look at it. He'll make sure it's technically correct. And we'll go back probably a couple times back and forth. I'll make corrections. I'll maybe disagree with something he says, or maybe I will agree. And then that's the process. And then we both agree that it's ready to record, and then it gets recorded.
Very well. That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you. Is there anything else before we close? Okay, then, Mr. Lilly, I think I just had some clerical questions, or maybe comments, and maybe not in the form of a question to Mr. Lowry. But I think I can do that in closing statement. So I think, or closing brief, whatever you call it.
Okay.
I think I'm done then, Mr. Lilly.
Okay. So I think we've covered it here. So let me just see where we are. We have some exhibits to admit. I don't remember if we handled exhibits 55 and 56 before. I think we did. I think those are already in evidence. But we have two new exhibits. One is Gonzalves 57, which is the 2016 interspousal transfer deed. It may or may not still be relevant based on Mr. Lowry's comments about the fact that it may in fact not be the deed he used, at least not for all the survey. But I would prefer we still just have it in the record to the extent it may have any weight. And then we have Gonzalves 58, which is being offered today. So would you like to offer Gonzalves 57 and 58 into evidence today, Mr. Gonzalves?
Yeah, Mr. Lilly, I think it's okay to move them in. The only thing I'm kind of concerned about is the recorded documents. When my ex-wife had done an interspousal transfer deed, I mean, it's in record, so I don't know. I don't have any problem with it, I guess.
It's a public record. It may not be particularly relevant, but let's admit it for whatever purpose or whatever weight it may have.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it might be missing some pages, because I'm not so sure that I can verify that it has everything. It was really just intended to say it's my property. So
All right.
I will accept it. I think it's okay.
All right. So then, Mr. Prager, do you have any objections to Gonzalves 57 or 58?
The prosecution team has an objection to 58. I think it's pretty clear that Mr. Lowry has adjusted his previously submitted survey in both distance and bearing in a number of places, as well as adding entirely new sections to this document, such that it is a new document. It is a new ongoing survey. The prosecution team received this less than an hour ago, and according to Title 23, Section 648.4, it's a policy of the state board to discourage the introduction of surprise testimony and exhibits. I would argue that this is surprise testimony and should not be accepted into evidence.
Okay. That objection is overruled. I think this is it's close enough, or it's based on what he did before. It's building on what he did last week. So I don't think it's surprise testimony. Your other comments certainly are valid, that this is still an ongoing work in progress, and certainly it's not the final recorded survey. There's no question about that. Those objections go to the weight of the document, not its admissibility. So I'm going to go ahead and admit Gonzalves 57 and 58 into evidence, but I will note that there is some question as to how much weight to give these as we do our processing and our deliberations to the final decision. So with that, are we now finished with all of the testimony regarding the Lowry survey? I will take that as a yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
here's what I want, or what I'm going to do. I mentioned earlier today, I have some questions totally unrelated to the Lowry survey. And Mr. Lowry, you can listen in if you want this afternoon, but you don't have to. But I want to come back at 1:30 and ask, I have a few questions, not very many, but they're very important to me. And as hearing officer, I do have the discretion to go back with further questions, and I want to do that. And my questions concern the settlement agreement, which is Exhibit Gonzalves 37. I'm just telling you both that, so you'll have a chance to read it in the next hour over lunch. But I do have just a couple of questions for Mr. Gonzalves about that settlement agreement, and then a couple of questions for Mr. Hess about that settlement agreement. So I'm going to ask my staff to pause the recording, and we will come back at 1:30 to do that. And that should wrap up this hearing unless I'm missing anything. I'll just ask, other than that, Mr. Gonzalves, is there anything else you think we need to cover in this hearing before we close the hearing?
Well, I don't believe so. It's been a long, kind of tedious hearing. I appreciate you giving us the time to discuss these things. So I think we're okay with that.
Okay, and of course, you will get to file your closing briefs. And Mr. Prager, is there anything else you think we need to cover before we close this hearing?
No.
All right, so let's do that. It's not a long exhibit, but please both take some time to read Gonzalves 37. That's the only one I'm going to ask questions about. And we will be back at 1:30. We'll pause the recording between now and then, and I will see you then. Thank you. Okay. Looks like our recording is about to start. And then we'll just get started. Okay, our recordings are going. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break. As I said before lunch, I just have a couple of questions that came up when I was reviewing our files for this matter and starting to get ready to go forward with our work on the preparing the proposed order. Nicole, if you can please put up Exhibit Gonzalves 37, that would be great. And just for, I'm going to start with on page 3 of Exhibit Gonzalves 37. Okay, and if you can just flip down to, or scroll down to the bottom of the page there, the very, very bottom, paragraph 4. That's great, thank you. So Mr. Gonzalves, and just as a reminder, you are still under oath today. You may have testified about this in one of the earlier hearing days, but if so, I don't remember, and I apologize for coming back to it. But the paragraph 4B of, first of all, I'll just ask, this exhibit is in fact the settlement agreement that you signed and a representative of Merced Irrigation District signed in December of last year. Is that correct? And you have to go off mute.
I'm looking at the back page. I believe it was December.
Yeah. Okay. So then my question is, paragraph 4B says to ensure MID that Gonzalves will not make any further diversions from Canal Creek. Within 30 days of this agreement, Gonzalves shall meet and confer with MID regarding how the pipes connecting Canal Creek to the reservoir pond at issue in this litigation will be removed and the land from where the pipes were removed restored to approximate conditions that existed in the bank of Canal Creek where the pipes are located to the condition of the bank prior to when the pipes were installed. So, Mr. Gonzalves, what is the status of your meeting with MID on this issue? And you just, yeah, there you go, off mute.
Okay.
Good.
I would like to ask for a sidebar with you, Mr. Prager, and Mr. Lilly, off record for a moment to discuss this, if that's possible.
I don't know why we would do that. We normally only have public proceedings, and I'm very hesitant to do that. I can see why maybe you don't want members of the public or members of Merced Irrigation District to hear your comments about this, but my question is really pretty objective. Maybe I'll just state it another way. Do you have a plan to remove these pipes as we sit here today?
So I'll have to answer that a little long. I did not install the pipes, and there are other continuous factors and other discoveries that were discovered during this case. And there's other agencies involved. And at this point in time, there is a plan, but it is halted for a number of reasons that I would prefer not to discuss publicly right now.
Okay, so I'll just leave it at that. And I frankly, I don't really want to have, I mean, I appreciate your having Mr. Prager participate, so it would not be an ex parte issue, but I really don't want to have part of the hearing record not be a public record here. I've never done that before. I never aware of the water board doing that. I'm not saying it can never be done, but I just don't think that's appropriate here. So I'm not going to ask you to say anything that you think is confidential, but let me ask a follow-up question. And again, I don't know how our proposed order is going to read. I don't know what conclusions we're going to make about any of the issues yet. We haven't gotten that far. But assuming for the sake of argument that the proposed order were to conclude that water should not continue to flow through these pipes in the future, is there any logistical problem if the water board directs you to plug or cap those pipes rather than removing them? Is there any logistical problem, or would there be any logistical problem associated with doing that?
No.
Okay, I figured removing the pipes and doing earthwork and restoring the berm and so forth. I understand there are issues with the reclamation district and so forth regarding that, but I just wanted to clarify, simply plugging the pipes presumably would not have those issues. Is that correct?
I believe so. That should be correct.
Okay. And then if we can go forward to, Nicole, if you can move forward to page 5 of this same exhibit, Gonzalves 37, and down to paragraph 7. There we go. And just make that a little bit bigger. This reads, unauthorized water use charges pursuant to Board of Directors Resolution 2014-14 regarding unauthorized diversion and use of water. The board has determined it will charge Gonzalves and retain for its use $154,986.82 for payment of costs and associated fees and penalties associated with the unauthorized diversion and use of water in this matter, consistent with MID resolution number 2014-14. First of all, do you see where I'm reading from there?
Yes, Mr. Lilly, I see that.
Okay, now we do have some exhibits, and you previously testified that I believe it was either 2018 or earlier in 2019, you paid Merced Irrigation District $204,986.82 based on their allegations for unauthorized diversions and penalties. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And so here's my question. This language is a little cryptic, and I cannot fully understand it. I just want to make sure it's right. This number is exactly $50,000 less than that amount. So my question for you is, did Merced Irrigation District pay you back that $50,000?
They did. They returned me $50,000 so that I could put in the new pipeline on lateral A.
Okay, so was it a cash payment from them to you of that $50,000?
It was 2 checks, 2 installments.
Okay, do you remember approximately when those were?
It was early on this year in 2020 before COVID was in full.
Okay, and the total of the 2 checks was $50,000.
Yes, I don't have it off the top of my head what each one of them, but it was total 50,000.
Okay, that's so let me just double check here. I think that's all I have here. All right, so before we go on, Mr. Prager, do you have any cross-examination questions based on the questions I just asked Mr. Gonzalves? And you have to go off mute.
I don't think I have any questions for Mr. Gonzalves. However, well, let me try this.
maybe I can help you, Mr. Prager. I am going to ask Mr. Hess a couple of questions about this exhibit. So if there's some things you think he can explain better than Mr. Gonzalves, you will have a chance to ask him questions.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you for clarifying.
Sorry.
I have no questions for Mr. Gonzalves.
Okay. All right. So I think that takes care of that. So I'm going to, unless Mr. Gonzalves, I don't think there's anything else here, but just to make sure I've closed the loop. Do you have any clarifications you want to make regarding just these 2 points I just asked you about, the money and the potential of plugging the pipe?
Yes, it's part of my contention that I already paid for the water when I didn't think I had to. And
Okay.
I guess I have a thought of a question to ask myself, which might be kind of difficult to do. I don't know if it's necessary for the record.
Well, and I will tell you, just thinking ahead a little bit, I'm definitely going to ask you, both of you, to address this issue in your closing brief. So you probably can make your arguments there. But I certainly think it's very relevant, the fact that you've paid substantial amounts of money to Merced Irrigation District for these alleged illegal diversions. And that's why I wanted to make sure I had the right amount. And when I looked this over, I realized there was a $50,000 discrepancy. So I think with that, Mr. Gonzalves, I'll say you can address this in your closing brief.
I have one question, Mr. Lilly, if it'd be appropriate. One question.
Go ahead. Just ask yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and try. I know this is hard when you have to be both the questioner and the answer, but go ahead and try.
Mr. Gonzalves, did you pay penalties and fines for water in 2014 and 2015 that you had already paid fees for?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and answer that question?
My answer, as Mr. Kevin Gonzalves, I paid $95,000 on penalties and fines for water that I had already paid for. In fact, I prepaid for it in 2014. And I wasn't allocated all of the water in 2015.
Okay, yeah, I think we've covered this pretty well. We have the itemization from Merced Irrigation District for what led to the $204,000. And I think you testified that that did not include some payments you'd already made to MID for water you received through the Escaladian Canal in 2014 and the first half of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I had prepaid for the water.
Okay, and that's not included in the $204,000.
Yes, it is definitely included in the it was $95,000 included in the $204,000.
Wait, I'm confused. You paid the 95 in addition to the 204,000, right?
Yes, sir. It's included in the $204,000 that I paid. $95,000 of that is based on water that I had already prepaid for in 2014 and 2015.
Oh, it's based on water but it doesn't include the amounts of the prepayments.
No, I prepaid, and that's in evidence. I entered the evidence in 2014. That's additional, I think, $12,000 that I paid.
Okay, and that would probably be useful for you to just itemize all that in your closing brief, Mr. Gonzalves. You can cite to the evidence in the record, but that would be very helpful. I certainly want to make sure I have a clear and accurate understanding of that. So if you can cite to the amounts of your prepayments plus the amounts of the penalty payments in your closing brief, that would be very helpful.
Thank you for hearing me.
All right, so with that, we'll go forward to Mr. Hess. Mr. Hess, good afternoon, and thank you for your patience of bearing with us. And I'm going to ask Nicole to shift over to the bottom of page 4 of Exhibit Gonzalves 37. If you can just zoom in on the paragraph B. There, thank you. And Mr. Hess, this says notification to State Water Resources Control Board. Upon satisfactory completion of all physical modifications required by Gonzalves in this settlement and dismissal of all litigation, MID will notify the State Water Resources Control Board of the settlement and will withdraw the complaint filed with the State Water Resources Control Board. Do you see that, Mr. Hess?
Yes, sir.
And has MID in fact withdrawn its complaint that it filed with the State Water Board in this matter?
No.
And have you heard any explanation from them as to why, notwithstanding this settlement, they have not withdrawn that complaint?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll just say it's what it is. So let me just see. Oh yes, for Mr. Hess then. Just going forward, even though they have not, Merced Irrigation District has not withdrawn the complaint, I'm left wondering when Merced Irrigation District and Mr. Gonzalves entered into this comprehensive settlement agreement, which among other things does seem to address future diversions by Mr. Gonzalves from Canal Creek. Why is the Water Board continuing to ask for a cease and desist order? Let me back up. Why is the Division of Water Rights continuing to ask the Water Board to issue a cease and desist order covering these exact same diversions?
Well, this is broader in scope than just the complaint to MID. We're also talking about impacts to public trust and downstream water rights holders and the water rights system in general. And the
Uh-oh. I think Mr. Hess has frozen. This happened once before. Darn it.
Would you like to take a 10-minute break to
Yeah.
come
Oh,
back?
wait, he's back. Are you back, Mr. Hess?
yeah, I heard you say, "Uh-oh, I was frozen."
You froze. So you got to the point of this is more broader in scope than just MID. So repeat beyond that because you froze up after that.
Okay, this is broader in scope than just the complaint filed by MID. This also impacts water rights holders downstream, public trust resources, and the water rights system in general. And the policy of the Water Board is to take vigorous action to protect these things, actually all of these issues. And we really have to do that in order to administer water rights in an orderly fashion. So it is a broader thing than just the water that was taken for MID. Also, there are times when there could be natural flow that is not part of the water that's covered under permit or license by MID that could flow into the creek. So it's broader in scope, and that would be the reason why.
All right. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Gonzalves. And again, just so we're clear, my colleagues and I have not decided any of these issues. We don't know what is going to be in the proposed order under any of them. And then, of course, the board will review our proposed order and may or may not accept it. So this is simply for the sake of argument. But if we were to agree that Mr. Gonzalves does not have the right to divert water from Canal Creek into the pond, and therefore that the water has to stop flowing through the pipes, would you and the Division of Water Rights be satisfied if the order simply required a capping or a plugging of those pipes rather than removal of the pipes?
Well, I think this speaks to some of the issues that we had previously discussed that are obstacles to Mr. Gonzalez, would also be obstacles to Mr. Gonzalez getting a permit, which is, first of all, we would need to have, I believe the proposed, I'll have to check the proposed CDO, but I believe that he has to have a registered engineer sign off on the plan. So we would definitely want to make sure that that's safe, because one of the concerns with stopping this diversion is ensuring that we don't carelessly or recklessly endanger any of the residents downstream by just a strict enforcement of the water code. So we have to do it in concert with other agencies. So if those pipes were going to be plugged, if the pipes are going to remain there, they really should have an encroachment permit from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. If the Central Valley Flood Protection Board wants to sign off on those, and the Army Corps is okay, and the County of Merced is okay with that, then we wouldn't have, I don't think we would have a problem with the pipes being plugged, but it would still have to be engineered in some way, and there would have to be assurances that the reservoir would not be taking water that's subject to Division 2 of the Water Code. And I believe that there is some significant issues with leaving the reservoir as is and just plugging it.
And what are those issues, Mr. Hess?
Well, as I had previously discussed, I believe in the report of investigation, the reservoir was excavated, and all of the evidence that we see from aerial imagery, from the depiction of the existing conditions by the previous owners, where the location of the pipe is, there was a field there, and that embankment of soil was never subjected to a lateral load, especially from flood flows. So if we subject it to a lateral load when there's flood flows coming down Canal Creek, that's one issue, especially if the pipe is plugged, because the water will work its way around the pipe and potentially eject the pipe and erode that embankment. There's also an issue with when there's actual flooding, because that is in a permanent flood easement. So if the water does reach that flood pool level, it actually would constantly fill up that reservoir through the overtopping that Mr. Gonzalves had previously asserted. And then the water would have no way of getting out when the flood flows receded. So then we would have a lateral pressure going the other way. And that's just not, I can't see how that would be acceptable to any of the agencies involved, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the Army Corps, or the County of Merced.
So you're saying that there could be issues with lateral pressure one way or lateral pressure the other way, depending on the relative levels of water in the pond and the creek?
Yes, absolutely. And then also the erosive effects of the reservoir constantly being filled through that overtopping.
All right. I think those are my only questions. So Mr. Gonzalez, you'll get to ask your questions, but Mr. Prager gets to go first.
Can I object?
No, you may not object. I asked questions. They were appropriate questions. I'm going to allow Mr. Prager to ask questions. You may object to his questions, and then you may follow up with questions of Mr. Hess. So,
Can I object to Mr. Hess's statement or opinion?
No, I'm not going to allow you to object to that. I'm sorry, but I'm not. So, Mr. Prager, you may proceed with your questions.
Damon, you testified about the fact that at certain times there may be natural flow in Canal Creek. What would those times be?
Well, that would generally be during the wet season when there's precipitation.
Okay. So depending upon the flow in the creek during the wet season. Can you tell me about what would happen if the pipes were left open?
Can you?
If the pipes were left open, left in place during the wet season, can you tell me what would happen next? Would water flow into the pond?
Yeah, the reservoir would continue to operate the way that it does now.
If Mr. Gonzalves had a riparian right, would he be able to store that water on his property?
No, riparian rights do not authorize seasonal storage.
So tell me more about lateral pressure. If you're worried about lateral pressure on the bank when the pipes are capped, why aren't you worried about lateral pressure when they're open?
I would have concerns about it either way, simply because that pipe or those pipes are not engineered. So I do find it concerning anyway. However, once there's no path, no direct hydrologic connection for the water to flow into the pond, then the only way that it would be able to flow in would be over the top. And so it would subject the pond to lateral pressure as it filled and as it receded, and then the water on the other side would do the same. Whereas with the pipe there's at least an equalizing that happens as the flow rises in the stream. It can flow through the pipe and you don't end up with the same lateral pressure.
Okay, we're going back a few days in the hearing, but I feel like you just mentioned something that you've mentioned before, this concept of hydrostatic equilibrium. Can you talk more about what hydrostatic equilibrium is? And
So
how
did you ask me to talk more about it?
Yeah, talk more about it. Tell me what it is and how it affects the current stability of the levee.
So Mr. Prager, that's really compound. Please split it up into parts.
Mr. Hess, can you tell me what hydrostatic equilibrium is?
Well, the pressure on both sides of the pipe is going to equalize, which is going to mean that the water level on both sides of the pipe is going to be approximately the same.
Okay. Does hydrostatic equilibrium occur when the pipes are open?
That would allow the reservoir and the creek to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium, but that would happen from flow of the water either into or out of the reservoir.
Okay. Would hydrostatic equilibrium occur if the pipes were capped?
Only briefly at certain periods of time. Once the creek filled up and overtopped the reservoir, once the reservoir and the creek were at the same level, then they would be in equilibrium. And then when the creek receded, when eventually the water from the reservoir either seeped, evaporated, or worked its way through the levee or whatever happened to it, once it reached the same level as the creek, then yes. But since the creek, the stage of the creek goes up and down all the time, that would be something that happens and then doesn't happen. It would be a moving target.
Okay. So is it a fair assessment to say that the pipes facilitate consistent hydrostatic equilibrium?
They facilitate equilibrium, yes.
So getting back to the phraseology that you used before, if there are times when there is no hydrostatic equilibrium, is that the same time that that the bank would experience, what did you call it? Lateral loading?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't expect the bank to experience lateral loading when the pipes are open, but we do expect to see lateral loading if the pipes are capped. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
Yes, there would be incidental pressure when the water is flowing from one side to the other when the pipes are open. That's what's equalizing. But yes, there would not be an extended or as severe of a lateral pressure as when the pipes are closed.
Okay. Your concern, the concern that you expressed for the effects of this lateral loading, let me rephrase that question. Can you elaborate on your concerns regarding the effects of the lateral loading?
Well, usually any type of earthwork that's going to impound water or be subject to loading like that is going to be engineered. And it's going to be engineered to specific standards and for specific scenarios. That embankment does not appear to have been engineered. And I do have concerns about altering the hydrologic conditions in such a way that it could potentially cause problems downstream for the flood control project. I do not want a blind enforcement of the water code to endanger public health, safety, property, or anything like that.
Mr. Lilly, this statement is speculative and opinionated, and they're interchanging the use of a dam, the levee, and a permitted levee. And for them to say endangerment now is completely speculative, and that's 2 miles away from the dam. That's preposterous.
Okay, so Mr. Gonzalves, Mr. Hess, as a registered civil engineer with substantial experience in water resource projects, has specialized knowledge and expertise to answer these questions. These questions are very relevant to me and my colleagues for what we may decide to include and not include in a proposed order. So your objection is overruled.
Mr. Hess, why do you think that there may be endangerment if the bank is experiencing lateral load? Can you kind of unpack that a little bit? Why do you think do you think it's dangerous?
Because if it did erode, you could end up with a more sudden movement of soil into Canal Creek. It's just it's not something that was designed. It wasn't designed for. So I'm not stating that that would absolutely. I'm in the middle of my answer.
Wait. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Gonzalves state his objection. He may not have gotten it in before you started answering, but go ahead, Mr. Gonzalves.
It's an objection on that statement. The property is within the footprint of the O&M manual and the flood control project. Him trying to speculatively sway you that there's some sort of damage being caused by the property existing is unheard of.
All right, so Mr. Gonzalves, these questions may go to the weight of his testimony, but not the admissibility of his testimony. I want to get this information because it is relevant to us. I certainly understand about the footprint of the flood control project and the downstream Castle Dam, but it is appropriate for Mr. Prager to ask Mr. Hess these questions and for him to answer. So I'm going to overrule that objection. And Mr. Hess, do you want Mr. Prager to restate the question or just repeat it?
Could you please? I got slightly lost now.
Yeah, just repeat the same question, Mr. Prager.
I'll try to remember what I asked. I asked you to elaborate on the danger that you had testified about, and you had responded that there may be a sudden release of soil, which I wanted to ask you a follow-up question about. That's a remarkably, I don't know, it sounded like civil engineer speak, and I needed to have you unpack that a little bit. What did you mean by a sudden release of soil?
Well, the erosive effects could potentially breach that levee, and a large amount of soil could go into the stream. What the effects of that are, I don't know. I'm not stating affirmatively what they are. That's precisely the problem. I'm saying I don't know because it wasn't engineered for that. And I have concerns that if we make a change so that it's now operating in a way that it was never intended to, that could cause a problem. And I don't want to, and I don't want the division to have any negative effects like that to cause any problems for anyone downstream. So I'm not saying that it will happen. I'm saying I have concerns because there is no study about that. That was not designed for that. It hasn't been engineered for that situation.
Okay. I think I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Lilly.
All right, so Mr. Gonzalves, you may ask Mr. Hess cross-examination questions regarding the topics he's covered this afternoon. Please proceed.
In your statement, Mr. Hess, you stated the property has been excavated. Did you state that?
Yes.
Did you see an excavator excavate the soil?
No.
How do you prove that I excavated soil? Is that your opinion?
And I'm going to step in here. I don't think Mr. Hess ever said that you excavated the soil. I think he just said it was excavated. Is that correct, Mr. Hess?
I'm saying it was excavated when Mr. Gonzalves owned the property. As when it appears to, that's when the reservoir appeared. That's quite clear by remote sensing imagery. As far as precisely who was the person on the excavator, I have no idea.
All right, I think that may clarify that some, Mr. Gonzalves. You may proceed.
When did I purchase the property, Mr. Hess?
I'm going to object. This is information that was covered in Mr. Hess's previous rebuttal testimony from 3-4 weeks ago, and is outside the scope of the questions I just asked Mr. Hess regarding the safety of capping or not capping the pipes.
It's clearly important, Mr. Lilly, because the year that I purchased the property was the year that the dam was implemented and infected. And he can't say that we excavated something when that's when the project was implemented. And it's the first time, not even the first time, actually, it was flooded before we ever bought the property. And
Okay. So,
Let him.
so I think we're getting beyond what he's talked about today. I think we are circling back to what was covered before. And frankly, I think was covered fully before. As to the date, I know you had a contract to purchase the property in 1995, but then did not actually close until 1996. And that this pond was excavated sometime in that same time frame. So I think we've covered that as well as we can. You can certainly address that issue in closing briefing as you think is appropriate, but I think I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on with your questions and limit your questions to what Mr. Hess has covered today.
They've clearly discussed flood easements. Mr. Hess, do you know why a permanent floodage easement was purchased on that property?
Again, I'm going to object. This is exactly the same question that Mr. Gonzalves posed to Mr. Hess during cross-examination of Mr. Hess's rebuttal testimony. This is just going back and rehashing existing testimony a second time.
And I'm going to overrule the objection. I think this door has been reopened and it's an appropriate question to ask. So if you know the answer, it may require speculation on Mr. Hess's part, but the question was, do you know why the Corps obtained or purchased a flood easement for this property?
Yes, it was due to the ponding of water on the property.
All right, so now you may proceed, Mr. Gonzalez.
You mentioned natural flow and precipitation. Do you ever measure the natural flow of the confluences of the water that flows into the main canal and Canal Creek at the Rita Dam?
No, I don't. I'm not sure that that's. You're saying the confluence of Canal Creek and. I haven't measured any natural flow, but I'm not sure what confluence you're even talking about.
Are you aware that Canal Creek and the main canal share the same channel?
They cross.
Are you aware that they intersect and share the same channel?
That's not in my testimony.
During your investigation, you had answered Mr. Lilly had asked the question upon satisfactory, I don't know exactly how that was stated, section 5B of the settlement. And you had answered that MID had not withdrawn the complaint. Why is the Division of Water Rights not identifying the fact that we have competing claims?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did your division identify the fact that I, as a member, Kevin Gonzalves, as a member of the public, also have a competing claim?
I'm going to object in the sense that Mr. Gonzalez has asked a question of Mr. Hess about whether the division has done something. I think Mr. Hess can testify about what he has or hasn't done, but I don't know if he knows the answer about whether or not the division at large has done something. So maybe Mr. Gonzalez can narrow his question.
I think it's a little confusing, and maybe I can help out here. I think, Mr. Hess, the question is, are you aware that Mr. Gonzalves and Merced Irrigation District have competing claims to waters in Canal Creek? Is that your question, Mr. Gonzalves?
That would be fair enough.
And this is related to the door was opened when Mr. Prager asked you about natural flow. So if you have to parse this out between imported water and natural flow, please go ahead and do so. But I think it's clear enough that there's a question there if you can answer it.
Okay. I'm trying to understand exactly, but it sounds like you might be referring to the statement that you filed. And so I'll answer as if that's what you're referring to. And yes, I discussed the statement exhaustively in my report of investigation, and I referred to it in various testimony. In fact, that was the topic of the rebuttal testimony today, as far as the contiguity and source of title tests. This all refers back to that riparian claim. So, in as much as you're referring to the riparian claim that you filed with the State Water Board, yes. If you're referring to something else, then I don't know what you're referring to.
You mentioned that MID has not withdrawn their complaint. And can you tell me why they have not withdrawn their complaint?
No.
I'll just go back for the record and object to that particular question because Mr. Hess can't testify to why MID has done or not done a particular thing.
And I'm going to overrule that objection. MID might have told him. And I think he has answered he doesn't know, but I don't think that I don't think the question was objectionable, but the answer has covered it.
Okay, so my next question is about natural flow. Where does natural flow occur on Canal Creek?
In the creek.
How many times a year is natural flow occur?
I would have no idea how to even answer that question. I don't really know what that means.
When a dam is put in front of a natural flow, is the natural flow inhibited?
Yes.
Because you know there's 2 dams.
Do you know how many dams are on Canal Creek?
I'm unaware of any dams on Canal Creek, but there could be a few.
Well, and I'm going to help you out, Mr. Hess. You clearly are aware of Castle Dam.
Oh, I apologize. Correct. Downstream, yes. I was not thinking of that as the topic. I stand corrected. Downstream, there is a dam.
Are you aware of upstream Rita Dam and the Parker Dam?
I don't know those names.
Natural flow can be obtained from more than one way, is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm gonna say no.
Can the pond in question be filled from any other source?
Other than what?
The natural flow.
Yes, from the water stored by MID and released from the Merced River.
How far downstream from the Gonzalves property is the Castle Dam project?
I haven't measured it, but I believe you said it was 2 miles. I'm not sure exactly.
Let's go over hydrostatic equilibrium again. So you had mentioned that if the pipe is capped, and I believe you used the term, there could be a danger. Could dangers be avoided if the ponding side was filled from the escalating canal?
If it was filled and maintained equilibrium, yes, however, any solution would need to be approved by the other agencies that have an interest in this. So as far as the water board goes, that would not be taking natural flow or water that's been appropriated. But there would need to be a plan of some sort that's acceptable to everyone to make sure that that is in fact safe and that remains the case.
I agree with you. Safety is important for all parties. Did the Army Corps of Engineers develop a plan to build Castle Dam?
Yes.
I'm going to object. I'm pretty sure that's outside the scope of the questions both Mr. Lilly and myself asked.
I think it may relate to natural flow or potentially to the integrity of the bank. So I'm going to allow it, although Mr. Gonzalez, this is pretty only marginally related to what we've been talking about today.
Mr. Lilly, what I'm trying to get at is that the land has been evaluated by engineers.
Let's just have Mr. Gonzalves ask questions of Mr. Hess rather than testifying again.
Well, he is responding to your objection, but I think we've covered that enough. So why don't you go ahead and ask another question?
You mentioned potential sudden releases of soil. Has there been any sudden releases of soil?
Without knowledge to say one way or the other.
In your investigation, you mentioned dangers to downstream water right users. Do you believe there's any danger in destroying a natural habitat for waterfowl and the environment?
Objection. That's outside the scope of Mr. Hess's testimony and the questions I asked him.
Okay, I think it's marginally relevant because this has to do with the question of what the appropriate remedy is for the existing pond, and I believe the draft CDO refers to filling that in. So I think and Mr. Hess has talked about appropriate remedy and referenced the draft CDO. So I think it's appropriate if you know, Mr. Hess, if you have any comments on the habitat in the existing pond and how it could be affected by a remedy requested by the Division of Water Rights.
Well, the reservoir is not a naturally occurring reservoir. It was excavated. That's an artificial environment. It is possible that there are wildlife that are now dependent on it. However, it is a maxim of jurisprudence that somebody cannot benefit from a violation. And the argument that there's wildlife there, even if it's an endangered species, is not particularly forceful for not enforcing the law, especially when it's a result of a violation. It's actually works more towards off-site mitigation.
Okay, Mr. Hess, I'm going to say that I don't think that was an appropriate answer. I think that's getting into legal argument. I think his question was simply, are you aware whether there's wildlife in the reservoir that could be affected? So I think that's a narrower question.
If it was the question that simple?
Well, that's what I would like to know the answer to now.
Is there's wildlife in there? I believe he said that there's some turtles.
Okay, so Mr. Gonzalves, you may proceed.
At one point, they mentioned downstream users. Are you referring to a national wildlife reservation or state wildlife reservation?
That would be one. I would be referring to anyone downstream that has a valid right.
Have you been to any of the downstream reservations?
I'm sure I've been through some of them.
Are you aware that they commonly construct ponding basins?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
It's called habitat restoration. Are you familiar with habitat restoration?
sure. There's wetland restorations that go on.
Would it be unreasonable to have a wildlife restoration project on the Gonzalves property?
So now, Mr. Gonzalez, that's getting beyond the scope of what we've covered in this hearing. So I'm going to basically instruct the witness not to answer and instruct you to proceed. I think that's beyond the scope of certainly of today's testimony and probably beyond anything in the hearing. Nobody's been talking about putting in a new wildlife reservation on this property.
I was just talking about remedies, Mr. Lilly.
Okay, well, you've made the point about the value of the existing pond, which I understand completely. And I think that point is very clear and doesn't need to be covered anymore. But I think here you were talking about something going beyond that.
I was just talking about the value that's existing. I'm sorry.
Okay, you may proceed.
Maybe I should re-ask the question. Is there a value to the habitat that's currently as it stands?
And I'm going to allow that question, even if it was covered before. I think it was a little muddled before, so I think it's a fair question to ask now. So Mr. Hess, please answer that question.
Yeah.
Would the Army Corps of Engineers have engineers that would have evaluated the project before it was initiated?
Objection, Mr. Hess can't testify to whether or not the Army Corps would or would not have done a particular thing before they built the dam.
I think we're getting, I'm going to sustain the objection, but not on that basis. I'm going to sustain it on the basis that this is beyond the scope of what he has testified to today. I think, his testimony today was pretty limited. I understand you're thinking this is raising a lot of new issues, but I think that's just going too far. So please go on.
Mr. Lilly, what I was trying to get at is that there's been other engineers down there that have already looked at the project over 25 years ago into current.
All right, and that's the sort of thing you can make in your closing brief, but that's really not an appropriate question for Mr. Hess today.
I was responding to the fact that he was saying it had to be an engineer reviewed.
All right, I have ruled you may proceed with your questioning, but please move on.
Good, very well. I think I'm getting ready to close out with Mr. Hess. Just give me a moment. Mr. Lilly, I have one more question for Mr. Hess.
Okay.
In your discussions with the complainant, MID, prior to Mr. Gonzalves adding a settlement agreement as evidence, were you aware that MID was attempting to settle with Mr. Gonzalves?
I believe I was told that there was some attempt at settlement, but that would be all that I knew.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Thank you, Mr. Hess. I don't have any.
Okay. I think we're done. I'm almost afraid to ask Mr. Prater whether you have any redirect. I think we've beaten these issues far enough. So do you have any other redirect?
I will take your direction and say no.
All right, that was a suggestion. So thank you. I understand everyone wants to cover all the points, and we've had now many days of hearing, and I think we have covered everything quite extensively. I will say, I'm going to, having said that, now I'm going to not follow my own advice. Mr. Hess, I believe the draft CDO talked about a potentially directing Mr. Gonzalves to refill the pond. Is that something that the division is going to be advocating in this matter, in this case, to basically fill in the pond with dirt?
Let me look real quick. Exactly what the wording is.
The text of the cease and desist order is actually fairly long. It's a couple of sub paragraphs. It might be helpful if we put it up on the screen so Mr. Hess can answer. It's been quite some time since Mr. Hess had an opportunity to testify regarding this case in chief matter, and I don't want anything to get.
Okay, let's put up, to give you an idea of how long ago it is, it's exhibit PT1. So let's ask, I will ask Nicole to put up exhibit PT1. And we're not going to go through the whole thing, but I'll ask Nicole to flip to page 7, which is where it starts with the proposed order part. And Mr. Hess, you can either ask us to flip through it, or if you have a copy of it, you may flip through that. But I do want to ask basically whether the division is going to advocate that the proposed order requiring filling in the pond.
Okay, so that would be on page 7.
Okay.
We don't say that he has to fill the pond. We tried to leave that vague and say render the reservoir incapable of storing water subject to appropriation. The intent of the CDO in being vague was to allow Mr. Gonzalves the latitude to decide what the most efficient, safe, economical solution to this is that satisfies all parties involved without prescribing a particular course of conduct. especially if he could identify something, you know, more reasonable than whatever we would have prescribed. So it's intentionally vague for that purpose.
But I understand that. Thank you for clarifying. But based on what you've just said, with concerns about, I'll call it a hydrostatic imbalance, is there realistically any other way to render the pond incapable of storing water other than filling it in? And this, I'm just asking you as an engineer with your technical expertise.
If he could come to some sort of an agreement with MID and the other agencies as far as a water accounting, as he had mentioned, with filling it from Escaladian Canal and ensuring that he didn't get natural flow. I don't know exactly how that would be done, but I would hesitate to say that it's impossible. However, I don't see how, you know, the in writing, in writing the order, it was intentionally vague because I don't want to be a consultant. So I would say it's possible. It's just, it doesn't seem particularly feasible.
All right, and Mr. Gonzalves, you'll get to ask your questions. Don't worry. I always give you and Mr. Prager a chance to follow up when I ask questions, and I will here too. But I'm going to ask my questions first. You know, and I'm going to be candid here. I have concerns about this because, I mean, I understand the approach the division took with this draft CDO, but I think I know I will, and I think the board, the State Water Board, would have concerns about issuing an order that requires rendering a what you call a reservoir, what I'm calling a pond, incapable of storing water, if the only realistic way was to fill that in, because getting 8 acre-feet of soil to bring into that property would be an enormous expense with significant environmental impacts. And so I'm just being candid here. I'd like you to testify, if you can, about what's feasible. And obviously I'm going to ask that this issue be addressed in closing briefs as well. But I don't want to prepare a proposed order that requires something that's infeasible.
Mr. Lilly, I apologize for interjecting. I recognize that I'm not a testifying witness, but I did want to point to the specific sentence that you were just referencing. The sentence doesn't read, render the pond incapable of storing water. It says, render the pond incapable of storing water subject to appropriation, which is different than all water. And I just wanted to clarify that in case you might have missed that last phrase.
Okay, well, and I just pretty clearly is going to be an issue I'm going to ask that both of you address in your closing briefs. And I think you will, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with your raising this point today, but I'm going to kind of turn that back to you and basically say, I think this is something that definitely needs to be addressed in your closing briefs. Because, as I say, I don't know whether we'll even find that there are illegal diversions of water here. We may or we may not, but if we do, then I'm going to have to grapple with what's an appropriate order here. And that I'm just being candid that I have concerns about what an appropriate order is here. I think Mr. Hess has raised some valid concerns. Mr. Gonzalves has raised some valid concerns, and we're going to have to grapple with that. And I'm not sure that just leaving or having the order be vague and have it be subject to the parties trying to work it out down the road is going to be the best way to approach this. So that's my questions. I did say, Mr. Gonzalves, I would let you ask Mr. Hess a follow-up question. Again, this is just related to what I just asked here, if you need to. And if, remember, you can make your arguments in your closing brief as appropriate.
Yeah, I do have a question of, they mentioned that it could be permitted. And I'm wondering What do you mean by, is there a possibility of permitting within the flood footprint?
I'm sorry, a possibility of what?
Is there a possibility of permitting the area in question?
I believe we talked about there being 4 obstacles to that before, at least 4. There's the availability of any flow. There's the getting the approval of the various different agencies. There's the settlement agreement that precludes any diversion from Canal Creek or the underflow. There's several impediments. I'm not comfortable stating absolutely anything on those issues because it's not up to me. However, it seems highly improbable based on the various obstacles that I see.
But into response to Mr. Lilly's question, is it a possibility that your agency can permit it? Is it a possibility?
It's within the permitting authority of the board.
Thank you. Sometimes it's hard to get the proper wording out. Maybe within the permitting authority is a better question. So thank you for that. So one more question. How many permits have you ever been involved in where property lies in a flood control project, or have you had any?
Oh, I would have no way of knowing that. I've reviewed a lot of permits, and there's several of them that are in flood areas, but I would have no way of knowing how to even answer that question. I think it's unknowable.
Do other areas have a dam similar to Castle Dam, which impound water?
There are other flood control projects, yes.
But I asked about permits within those projects. Are there any other permits within projects like that?
And I'm going to help out here. Mr. Hess, you just testified you've been involved with a lot of projects. Obviously, for this one, you're well aware of the Castle Dam project of the Army Corps. I think the question is, have you worked on any other water right permitting project or water right enforcement projects where you were aware of a Corps project that was related to the permitting or enforcement work you were doing?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lilly. I'm still struggling to understand exactly the question. Just related. Yeah, I'm sure I've dealt with plenty of other permits that have some relation to either a flood control or a Corps project.
Okay, to Mr. Gonzalves, I think that covers it pretty well. I certainly don't want to get into having him talk about the other projects. I think the question is just relates to his general experience, and he has answered that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lilly, I think that does it.
Okay, I think we're done. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have to give Mr. Prager an opportunity, since I think I'm getting a little lost on who did what, but I think I asked some questions and then gave Mr. Gonzalves a chance for cross-ex. So I do have to give you one chance, Mr. Prager, before we wrap up here. Just on this last round of questions about the draft CDO, do you have any follow-up questions?
I don't think so. No.
All right. I think we're done. I'm just going to check my notes here to see whether I've gotten any messages from my staff. If there's anything else that I've missed here that we need to cover. I think we're done. So here's what I'm going to do. you probably just saw, I got a letter, I think just yesterday, from Merced Irrigation District's Deputy General Manager saying that they were going to respond to our first request for flow data, which I appreciate, but it was going to take them an extra week, so they're going to respond on September 22nd. I have not yet received a response from them regarding the second request for flow data that I sent out, but I'm assuming that they will cooperate. I do note that the settlement agreement requires them to provide information in response to water board requests, so I'm optimistic they will respond. Of course, we also have subpoena power. But assuming that it takes them until the end of September to do that, I'm going to allow a little more time for the closing briefs. I think based on today's discussion, the issues are perhaps a little more complicated than I'd thought they were going to be before. So I'm going to allow more pages and more time for the closing briefs. And I will send out an order on this. Let me just check my calendar here. But I do want the closing briefs to cover the issues that were stated in the May 15th supplemental notice of hearing. And I will send out an order, and there may be some sub issues within those that I will ask you to brief as well. And I will say, I'm not trying to hide anything here. I'm very interested in what the parties think the appropriate remedies or what the board should order. I mean, it's one thing to conclude that there is or is not an illegal diversion of water or unauthorized diversion, or that future diversions from Canal Creek may not be allowed. But if the board gets that far, then the question of what the board should order, as we've talked about this afternoon, becomes pretty complicated. And I certainly would like as much input from each of you in your closing briefs as you think is appropriate. So with that, let me just tell you what I'm going to do. It may take us a few days to get the order out, so I want to give you advance warning. I'm going to move the deadline for filing the closing briefs. Today's September 16. I'm going to move it. It was the 9th. I'm going to move it to October 19 will be the date, the new deadline. And I previously said 10 pages single spaced or 20 pages double spaced. I'm going to increase that to 15 pages single spaced or 30 pages double spaced. And believe me, you do not need to write a brief that is the full length that I'm allowing if you don't think it's necessary. Brevity is often better and more effective. And that's also why I'm giving you more time. If you have more time, you may be able to pare down your arguments and not just lay it all out. So it's going to be 30 pages double spaced, 15 pages single spaced, October 19, and we will send out an order. It'll be the issues in the May 15 supplemental notice of hearing, but with some sub issues potentially added. So are there any questions about that before we go forward?
The only other questions I have will be about evidence. I think right now most of the evidence is being hosted on the FTP site. Is that correct?
I hope everything's been posted except for the recording of today's hearing, which we will post soon.
And it's going to remain on the FTP site at least until the closing briefs are due?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to start to say unless we have a computer problem, but believe me, the State Water Board has it pretty well backed up. But no, we will leave it on indefinitely, but certainly through that. So you can download it to your own computers, or you can just continue to use our FTP site. But we will leave it there. It usually takes us a couple of days to get the recording posted. I usually have 3 different people recording it, and usually they decide which one has the best start and stop time, so we don't have to have downtime at the beginning or end. But we will get that posted in a couple of days, and I think we have posted everything else. Obviously, when we issue the order on the briefing, we will have to post that too. But I think everything else is posted.
Mr. Lilly, I have a technical request. And
okay.
This may sound a little silly, but Zoom hearings and virtual hearings and recording these proceedings have has presented a problem that I didn't realize was going to occur until recently. Because there's no court reporter, and because we've now had 6 days and I don't know how many hours of hearings, it's actually fairly difficult to identify areas of the various hearings that are relevant, right? Like, I don't know what timestamps apply to cross-examination testimony. And rather than pour over 15 or more hours of video to try to attempt to find appropriate testimony, I've been using a technical workaround. And that technical workaround is YouTube's closed captioning function. You've been posting these videos on YouTube. YouTube has an automatic algorithm that adds closed captioning, and that transcript becomes available. So it's an easy way for all parties to kind of, I mean, it's not perfect, but kind of quickly assess what's available. However, some of the hearings that are posted on the YouTube channel, the AHO YouTube channel, don't have the closed captionings enabled, and some do. So while Mr. Gonzalves and I prepare 30 pages of closing briefs, it would be really helpful if your staff could, I don't know, hit the button that says closed captioning as they upload it to YouTube, because that would be, I think, really helpful for all parties.
Okay, and
it's not a perfect solution, but it's something.
all right, and I will check. We discovered that too. We are learning too. Obviously, this is one of our first hearings to do by Zoom and YouTube. So if we can go back after the fact and get closed captioning added, we will. I don't know whether or not we can. And what I ask, and I was going to put this in the order, and I appreciate your bringing this issue up, is when you cite to testimony, cite to the day, and then the recording we put up does have a clock, a time clock with hour, minute, and second. So then cite to the beginning and end of the passage that you want to include in your citation.
Okay,
I realize.
So sorry to interrupt you. That's the time clock in the video, or the time clock like of the YouTube video?
No, the time clock in the video we post to the FTP site, because that's part of the official record. The YouTube posting may help you find the parts you want if with closed captioning, but you're going to have to spend the time to translate that into the time clock on the video plus audio file that we post onto the FTP site, because that's the one that's in the official record.
Got it.
So, and I do understand that this is a lot harder than the old days where we had a transcript where you could just flip through the reporter's transcript. But the advantage, frankly, is we now have video plus audio. I think it makes for a better record than we had before. The other huge advantage is we don't have the time delay between the end of the hearing and when the court reporter gets this done. And also with the state water board and the state in general in very serious budget problems, we don't have to pay for a court reporter anymore. So that's why we have shifted over to this. But I mean, I know I've gone over some of these recordings already, and I know it's slow. You can't fast forward through. I mean, you can jump ahead, but you can't really go quicker than just listening to the testimony. You can't hear it if you do anyway. But that's where we are with those caveats. Is October 19 a reasonable date for closing briefs, or do you think more time is appropriate? I'll ask you first, Mr. Prager, and then ask Mr. Gonzalves.
If you ask me, I'm always going to ask for more time. This has kind of become a significantly larger, more complex closing brief than I had anticipated. So I'd request to the end of October.
Okay, All right, Mr. Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Mr. Gonzalez, what's your request for time frame for this?
I very rarely agree with Mr. Prager, but this time I do. End of October.
Well, maybe it's good we can end on a happy note, at least on that point. So I'll make it October 30th. That's the Friday before Halloween. We'll make it October 30th. I mean, frankly, I'd rather you have more time if it means you can polish your briefs. I mean, will rely very heavily on your briefs as we go forward. I mean, you'll have the citations now with additional time, hopefully better citations to the recordings, and to the legal arguments as well. So we'll make it October 30th and I'm going to put 4 o'clock, and it's the same deal. I ask you to post them to the AHO FTP2 site. If for some reason you can't do that and you email them to the Administrative Hearings Office email, we'll post them, but one way or another, please do that. And we won't post either brief until both of them have been filed, which I said before. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lilly. Kind of in agreement again also with Mr. Prager. I've never seen a time like this with the civil unrest and the COVID thing causing trouble. I don't expect anything to slow us down, but we are trying to get some help in writing a brief so I can do it professionally for you. And in the event that that slows us down, meaning the COVID restrictions, protests and whatnot, if something like that comes up, and I'm not saying they will, but we've seen some strange stuff this year. If something comes up like that and we communicate with your department and Prager, I don't know what I'm asking for. I'm just.
You're saying, can I ask for more time if it turns out I need to?
No, well, yes, if the people that I'm hiring to try to help me write this properly so I don't look like a complete fool, if they can't get back to us, I would like to reserve the right to tell you that. I'll be honest with you, that's all.
All right, so, and that's, going back to our initial notice of hearing in this matter, which was a long time ago, I think it said that if any party ever wants to communicate with the hearing officer, just send an email with CCs to the other parties. And if necessary, we'll set up a conference call. Now we can set up a Zoom meeting if we need to. But if that comes up, please tell me what you want and why you want it as far as additional time. And of course, please don't wait until the day before it's due, because if I say no, then you're in a very difficult situation.
Sure,
So the more in advance, the better. I don't want this to drag on forever. The board, incidentally, November 1 will be my first anniversary of my first day on this new job. And when I started here, the board, all 5 board members in individual meetings with me all said pretty much the same thing, which was, we want to get water rights moving along. Things have taken way too long in water rights in the past. So those are my marching orders from my superiors, and I want to follow them, obviously. And so I don't really want this to drag on. October 30th is over 6 weeks from today. That's a lot of time. We've already had a lot of time. At least in theory, you could have been starting on your closing briefs. So it's got to be a really good reason, Mr. Gonzalez, and at most a very limited request. And we start getting into the holidays, it's harder for us to get things done and so forth. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying if you have a request like that, please make it as soon as you can with good justification for as limited as an extension as you can, and we'll go and we'll consider it. I'm not saying we'll grant it, but we'll consider it. But this was originally going to be the end of September. I extended it last week to October 9, and now I'm extending it to October 30th. So I'm giving you a lot more time, and I really don't want to have to extend it further. So I hope that answers your question.
I think it did. Thank you.
All right. So with that, I think we're done. As I say, let me just check one more thing here. I think I just got a message, something about Zoom. It looks like our people think that there's a way that they can get the conferencing in Zoom to work. But we'll see. They're going to try to get the closed captioning if they can. Let me just check here, make sure I didn't miss anything else about that. Okay, I think that's it. So we will do the best, no promises, we will do the best we can on that. And if there's some development, we'll let you know either in the order or by a separate email. So with that, thank you very much. I know this has been a difficult and emotional hearing, but I just want to say I think everybody has conducted themselves well professionally under the circumstances. And I am glad we got to have the site inspection back in August. That was certainly very helpful for me and my staff. So with that, I'll look forward to your briefs and we'll go from there. So everybody have a good day. Bye.
Goodbye. God bless.